we're kicking live. Let's get kicking minutes. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Ezra from South Africa. As you know, when you see my face, you know that I'm here standing for Mika. And tonight we're going to have a great show. And we're going to have a light show tonight, or afternoon, depending on where you're connecting from. And welcome, family, to Swahili Nation, One Africa Movement. Welcome from wherever you are connecting from. It's good being here. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being part of this family. And before you can do anything, family, please subscribe to our channel. Please turn on the notification icon. Please share, like, share with family, share with everyone. We are live now on Swahili Nation, One Africa Movement on YouTube, Facebook. Connect with us. Those who can connect on YouTube, connect with us on Facebook as well. We are live there. And share with family, share with friends, share with colleagues, share with everyone around the world, and tell them that there's a movement in Africa. And they need to join. They need to be part of this movement, and they must come and join us and have a say about African matters and issues that are affecting us, and solutions that we always advocate as a One Africa Movement, that we are not just a movement of people who are coming here to complain, but we are a movement of people who are coming here to come with solutions. And we encourage as many voices from all over the continent and from outside the continent as well. Europe, if you are studying in Europe, you are working, you've got a business there, join us. If you are in Asia, South Korea, China, Philippines, anywhere you are, join us, share, and tell those people to come and share with us and join us, as we will be opening the lines. And if there's anything they want to share from where they are, they must come and speak to us. So welcome, family. Welcome to the One Africa Movement, and to the guys who are in the Caribbean, the Americas, anyway. You are welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome in this channel. And this is a channel for Africans. But we are coming up with ways and solutions to solve our matters. And we are choosing a different narrative as Africans. And as I always say, we are leaders of Africa. We are leaders in the diaspora. We are leaders wherever we are. So we need to lead by example. Whether you're in America, whether you're wherever you are a leader. Leadership is not for others, but it's for you as well, to be a leader in your house, a leader in your family, a leader in your work, a leader in your business, a leader in political sphere. Anyway, you need to show leadership and take this beautiful continent forward, and also put our families, help our families to become better and grow as well. So welcome, family. Welcome. For those who just joined us, please like, subscribe. If you've not subscribed, before you can do anything, before you can say hi, subscribe. Have you subscribed? That's my question, because you have a lot of people that join us, but they don't subscribe. So subscribe, and let's get this movement rolling. Let's get this movement going forward. And in all the things that we do, always have a positive mind, always look forward, come up with ways to solve issues. Nothing can be solved. Everything can be solved. It just needs the will of the people. And as a movement, we have the will, and we are welcoming everybody to have the same energy, the same strength, because we all need to pull our weight. We need to all push this movement, and we need to push for this continent to become better and this continent to grow. And no one is going to do it for us, or else we'll continue about others coming to do things for us. So we need to wake up, we need to stand up and say, count me in. count me in, count me in. You know, as we've seen with other movements, no more movements. This is part of us. We are pushing ahead, and join us, join the movements, join, and push the agenda for African liberation and the decolonizing of the African minds. Let's decolonize anything that is not good for us, and let's move forward. Let's look forward, and let's come up with ways and solutions. So welcome, and it's always a pleasure to be here. And I would love to acknowledge His Excellency Mika. I would love to acknowledge the whole team as well, One Africa Movement. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I don't take this opportunity for granted or lightly, and I appreciate it, and it's an honor, and I respect this opportunity because you know, it's such a big platform. For those who might just think it's easy to stand in front of millions and thousands of people all over the world and join and speak to people, it's not something easy. It takes grace, and I thank God for this opportunity, and I thank my family as well. For those who don't know, I have a family, and for also releasing me and helping me and begging me, because around this time, most people are having family times, and they've allowed me to come and join your family and speak to you. And I love this, and I love being with you, and you are welcome. And I love you, family, for joining us and for supporting us. And family, before we can do a lot of things besides subscribing, we need to get the channel. We need to get to 200,000. We need to get to 200,000. 200,000 is our target for this year. I know the year is only left with a few hours. Then it's 2022 for those who are using the Gregorian calendar. And we just left with few days, few hours. Let me not say a few days. We only left with a day or just few hours before it's 2022. And as you all know, there are countries that are already it's already the 31st. So by the end of this live broadcast, some nation will be preparing for their New Year celebrations all over the world. And yes, family, it is a pleasure. It is a great honor to be here. And thank you, team, for releasing me. Thank you, team, for the support and the love and the encouragement, as always. And again, I had a small chat with His Excellency before coming live. And yeah, we had nice time talking and discussing things. And he's in good spirit. As you know, you were with him this past 2 days, and most of you enjoyed the shows about Somalia, and it was great. I mean, talking about Somalia, and more will still come for Somalia, for the land of Somalia, and more things are still coming. And we encourage more Somalians as well to come onto the platform and share other things that. There's more to Somalia than just meets the eye. So we are encouraging more Somalians to come and also present things that might be inside Somalia that needs to be shown to the world. Touristy places, nice, beautiful places, new developments, new projects. Please, the people of Somalia, join us and be part of this movement, family. And again, join the membership, our YouTube membership program. And in that membership, there's different categories that you can choose from. Whatever suits you, you choose that and partake and support the channel so that we can grow. As you all know, it's always good and it's always a pleasure when everyone gets supported, because it gives us more encouragement to do more content, to grow, to get more resources. And a lot is coming, and we need to grow and we need to buy resources, as others know that we want to grow. Obviously, nothing feels better than growth. Everybody aspires to grow, and we are also are growing, and we need more resources. Thank you for joining the membership. And I just want to say thank you again, Ghost, for the super chat. It really means a lot for the channel. Thank you very much, Ghost. Just an acknowledgement. And Ghost is also a member. So join the membership. You'll see you'll get a badge as well as a member there. And I see another brother there, Achu. He's also a member. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Achu. Nice seeing you, and it's always a pleasure. When I see such people, I also get encouraged that I'm not alone. So thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Achu, for joining us. And thank you again, Ghost, and for always being here, for your loyal support. And for everyone who's also been joining us, there's a lot of people that have been joining us. We know that I cannot name them all one by one, but thank you very much. Even you, as somebody who comments, it really means a lot to us. And thank you very much. Thank you for the support, and thank you for the words of encouragement, always being here and supporting this channel. So let's get more people involved. Let's get a lot of people. Let's partner with the channel. Let's help the channel to grow. And again, join also our patron. Become our patron member for great content, exclusive content. Please join the patron as well, and let us get the channel growing. Let's get the channel growing. And nothing feels better than growth. As we always say, the more growth we have, the more opportunities for more people to join and more people to have a say, and more time that we'll have. I mean, we'll have more live streams as the channel is growing. And thank you for your dedication and love, and always being here every night. For those who are always commenting, always being here, coming to the live stream, joining us, talking. So it really means a lot to us. And tonight, before I get into the topic of tonight, as usual, I'd love us to start with prayer. You can pray in your own language, wherever you are. Feel free to join us in this prayer, and let us grow together. And we don't even force anyone on our way of worshiping or praying. Pray in your own way. Pray in your own way. Do it your own way, and do it as long as you're comfortable in your own way. So, welcome, and I would love us to start in prayer. Thank you, our Father, for this night. Thank you for blessing us mightily. Thank you that we can have this opportunity to share with our fellow brothers and sisters. Thank you, Father, for this platform where Africans and people in the diaspora can come and meet and share ideas and come up with ways to resolve our issues. We pray, Abba Father, for each and every person that will be joining. May they come and bring positive energy, positive motivation, and ways and solutions for this beautiful continent. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Thank you. Wow. There's just so much to talk about. But tonight, it's going to be a light conversations, but it's all up to you again. I will open the lines, and we can chat about anything. But tonight, it's more about the year in review. What have you been doing this year? Have you achieved your goals? Have you reached? Have you started building some of the things that you wanted to do in this year? And again, as a channel, what have you seen that has been the highlight for this channel? What are the shows? What are your favorite reaction videos? Which are the videos that really touched you? Which are the live stream that you like the most? So please, family, feel free to. Tonight we're just going to talk about the year in review. And any other thing as well. It's more an open line. It's more a light conversation. The year is almost over, and we're starting a new year. As you know, we had some few conversations about 3 days ago, talking about the plans for Africa. What should Africa be focusing on? And since we are closing this chapter, closing this year, what do you think we should be doing? And have you done your part? Have you done what you needed to do in this year? And what have you planned going forward? And what is your wish for Africa in this coming year? You know, and I just want the positive energy. I need people who can come and just say, this is my wish for Africa. This is my prayer for Africa. And this is my wish for my family. This is, you know, all those things. And because when families prosper, the continent prospers, because it takes a family to prosper. So we need the families to prosper in the coming year. That's my wish, that many families will start prospering and many people will start being self-sufficient as well. That's my biggest wish, that in families, many people in the families will become the heads of their families with confidence, knowing that they can supply and provide for their families, and their families can live comfortably and also grow and prosper. So my wish and for this continent in the 2022 is for this continent to continue prospering, and may there be growth in everything that has to do with this continent, and may there be like all the things that this continent wishes to achieve. May those things come into fruition, and may they really manifest in the coming year, or start manifesting in the coming year. So come on, family, I'm going to open the lines and you can join and just share things about the channel as well, where we need to improve. If you've got things that you think we need to improve on as a channel, please tell us, or things that you think we're doing better, tell us. This is a year in review, so tell us what has been your highlight for this channel and what you wish this channel can do. And also, I always say, continue praying for us, continue praying for us. And we are more than just a few things. We are not defined by politics. Politics is just one aspect of society, and there's more to this channel, and there's more to us as a people than just politics. And we know it affects everyone, but let's talk everything. Let's talk everything, whether it's politics, whether it's education, whether it's leadership, anything that has to do with this continent, and things that you think we can improve on as a channel. Please come and join us, come and speak to us, and let's see what we can do. And if there's any breaking news as well, if there's stuff that we might have missed in the course of today, please drop it there, and let's talk, family, let's talk. If there's something that you feel that you want to talk about, come in, just notify us, tell us and say XYZ is happening, just for those who might not be aware of. So yes, family, so I'm gonna open the lines, I'm gonna share the stream, and you can come in and just talk about anything. It's an open line. It's just a year in review. What do you wish for this channel to do in the coming year? The things that you think we did well, things that you think we need to improve on. So we are also doing a self-introspection. We don't want to impose ourselves and our ideas only, but we also want to hear if there are things that we are missing out or things that we should do better. And the floor will be yours to come and speak about anything. If you want to still continue the topic of yesterday about Somalia, come and finish. If there's something that you think we left out yesterday, anything. This is just an open platform, and it's more about the year in review. We are reviewing and doing self-introspection as people and as a channel. One Africa movement, what have we achieved? What have we done? And again, for those who just joined us, subscribe if you've not subscribed, and be careful. Sometimes you're joining and just watching, but you didn't subscribe. There's a button there, there's a red button there, just click on it and subscribe. 1 second, you subscribe, and then you can just go and click the like, and you can share the stream. So welcome, family, welcome, and please do that. Please support us in any way possible, and come and speak to us, come and talk to us. What do you think we should improve on? What do you think? What was your favorite reaction videos, or what was your favorite live stream shows? Come and talk to us. And for me, I've got a lot, but I'll just leave it to you. I think I enjoyed almost everything. I was just eating everything that I was getting right there. And so welcome. I've just shared the live stream. Connect with us. Come in. Let's do a year in review and how we can improve the channel as well, and things that as a continent we need to do as well. So, and with that being said, I'm just gonna welcome My brother here. Just gonna welcome my brother here. Biggie. Biggie. Can you hear me, Biggie? Okay. Also just gonna welcome Awa while Biggie's still connecting. Awa, how are you?
Good. How are you? Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, Awa.
Oh, great. Thank you.
It would have been nice to see your beautiful face because you just showed your face, and I'm
I
sure
know.
I'm sure our brothers and sisters right there will want to see your beautiful face and see who's Awa.
I will one
They're gonna
day.
be
I'm
awed by
just
you.
working right now while I'm talking to you guys. I will.
But welcome, Awa, and yeah, today it's a light topic. You can speak about anything, and it's more about a year in review. Things that you think as a channel or as One Africa movement we should be focusing on in the coming year, and your wish for Africa. I want to hear more about your wishes for Africa and your prayers for Africa. So the floor is yours, Awa.
Yeah, so my wish for Africa, I think this year has, the end of 2021 has shown all of the African youth that if we all come together, how powerful our voices are. And for the next year, I hope that this movement continues, but that we also put action behind our words. Whether it's creating groups that do capital funding for different projects in like different African countries, whether it's securing, there's a lot of money that we send to our home countries, right? And if we direct some of that money to these, potential projects, that could have a tremendous impact on people's lives. There's people who don't have homes in Africa that are living in substandard conditions. There are people who don't have access to clean water. There's people that don't have access to basic health care. How can we build mini clinics? How can we build houses that are affordable, that are sustainable? Sometimes people go to Africa and they build these houses, but then they don't have a plan to, when you build something, you have to continue to maintain that building, right? Because they will need, maintenance. They will need updating as the years come on, so that it doesn't deteriorate, and so that your investments don't go to waste in the next 10 years or the next 15 years, right? Mm-hmm. So these kind of things I'm looking forward to. I'm also, Swahili Nation. I've been following this channel for a very long time when you guys used to do music reactions and things like that. And so I think this platform has kind of elevated the conscience of all the youth in Africa. And for me personally, I'm looking forward to, seeing, one day I want to see all the African children throughout Africa smiling. I don't want to see these pictures of these African kids who are crying, who are malnourished, who are suffering in any shape or form. I think Africa has suffered enough, and there's no reason why this extremely rich continent cannot afford highly sustainable living standards for the kids, for the women, for the children, for the youth. So yeah, that's my wish for 2022 and moving forward.
And what has been your highlight in this year? If it's a topic, if it's maybe a live stream that really resonated more with you, or the one that you said this one was a great one, or this reaction was a great one, or just any video that was shared.
I really loved all the videos of all the protests that was going on. I couldn't participate in any of them because I didn't live in those cities, but I think those protests kind of ignited a fire within, the youth in all over Africa, and kind of has united everyone and made everyone realize how powerful our voices and our unity is as a continent. So that was my favorite, I think. You know, top one. Can you hear me? Sorry, I don't.
I can hear you, but I can't hear him.
Yeah.
I can hear you. Sorry about that. There's something I just want to share. Since you spoke about the protests and stuff, since we are in the year in review, also one of my highlights as well was the protests. And what I'm going to do is just want to share something. Maybe some people just join us today. It's their first time. They don't know. I'm just going to share a video of the protest in DC. I don't know if you guys can see this. That was one of the year in review. The protest. This was in DC. If you still remember, the normal protest there in DC, Washington DC. We had a couple of them there in Washington DC. There was also one in the West Coast in San Francisco. Our professor, the brain, was there. So there's been a lot of protests, and what you said. There's also one of my highlight about the normal movement. And the protests that happened also. Again, there's been a lot. There's been a lot, family. I mean, I think even in Europe, Stockholm as well, we had one there. And I'm just gonna share for those who might have joined the channel recently, who missed out the protest that we had. There in
From Ethiopia, USA, Handel, from Eritrea. Come on again. Ethiopia.
So that was another one that we had in Stockholm. That was in Europe, and there was another one in California as well. So these are just the year in review, and some of the things that I share with you are that it was a highlight for me this year, especially when it comes to the no more movement and how people came in numbers and stuff. And wow, this is I was just playing some of the videos that happened. because that was live. And by the way, family, all those videos were shot by people from Ethiopia, people from all over the world, but mostly guys that were there were people who volunteered. We didn't get this from a news corporation or anybody else, but the general public. This is what we need as a continent, where we need active citizens that are working, doing things, and not waiting for somebody to feed them, but who stood up and say, I will go and shoot. I'll use my camera. I'll use my data. I'll use my time. That person could be minding their business, doing work, or running their own business, but they sacrifice that time to go live here on the Swahili Nation One Africa movement and share those footages. So and most of them are good quality if you look at them. And just to welcome a new member who just joined us, Fekadu Abera. Thank you for becoming our YouTube member, and you're welcome to the Swahili Nation family. And thank you very much, Fekadu. I was just playing those videos. There's so many, but I will still play some for those who just joined the movement. Maybe they joined a few weeks ago or just now, just like Fekadu. So, and what else? If there is something that you think we should improve on, or things that we need to focus on in the coming year?
I think things that we need to improve on are, like actually, thinking of projects that we should support. I'm I'm all about like getting things done. I like to see progress. I don't like, too much rhetoric for myself. Like if I see a problem, I like to solve it. So I think maybe focusing on 1 or 2 projects, sponsoring a particular country, crowdsourcing, or and getting the funds that we need, things like that. Like there's so much like people in the diaspora and in these various African countries who are like very knowledgeable. We have engineers, we have architectures, we have people who studied various subjects. They just need, the opportunity to, utilize those skills. And sometimes, the number one barrier is like funding is the issue. So I don't know. Like for example, in my country, in Somalia right now, like a lot of people in the diaspora are like created this project where we're gonna create a cooperative bank, and then that bank will invest in various projects. So we'll invest in the agricultural sector and like like specifically say, okay, so you're a farmer, we want you to specifically farm tomatoes, for example, or potatoes, and we're going to give you the funding for that. And when you bring that to the market, you'll have a share, and so forth and so on. And so everybody who's in the cooperative are like investors. So things like that, like creating projects like that like directly gives people the opportunity to get out of poverty, helping them utilize the skills and the resources that they have. Those are the kind of projects that I'm interested in. And I think everyone else can also add into any other ideas that they have. But those are like things that I'm really passionate about. Like I sponsor orphans in like Africa. I sponsor orphans in like refugee camps and things like that. But I feel like giving money to someone is only going to help them at that moment, right? But directly investing in the people and helping them help themselves will not only like give them a dignified life and a purpose in life, but also it'll help their children, the next generation. Like parents will able to save up a little bit, contribute to the kids' education, maybe buy some land, and so forth and so on. So we need to think about these things, like how do we create generational wealth for African children and get people out of poverty and like directly invest in the people, and not just support organizations or give people money directly to buy food or the basic necessities that they need right now. But how could they build on that? Like if I support a farmer, if I invest in a farmer, for example, that farmer is going to be able to buy more land. They're going to be able to produce more. They're going to be able to gain more money from selling their products. They will be able to build a house for themselves. They will be able to send their kids to school and so forth and so on. And so they have this, the next generation is going to be way better off than that farmer started off of. Does that make sense? So like for me, I want to see that kind of progress moving forward.
Wow. Wow, thank you very much, Awa. I think we that's something that's gonna be a game changer. Because that's more going to help a lot of people. If people are willing and willing to gather funds together, not waiting or asking money and loans from, you know, and to do some projects. It's always great when we seeing Africans gathering their finances and doing something for their country and as their communities as well. And looking at Somalia being a very entrepreneurial society, I must say, I mean, if you look at the people of Somalia in general, I'm not generalizing. Yes, I'm generalizing. Looking at them wherever they are, entrepreneurship is one of their strongest point, and it's something that other fellow Africans we can learn from the Somali people. You know that, hey, how do you guys do it? How do you guys? Because I think you're more likely, if you go to even developed nations, you're more likely to find Somalians running businesses than even working for those countries or working for something in those nations that they live in. Majority, they just mind their business, they're doing their business. And something very inspiring that I must say I admire so much about the people of Somalia, and for their resilience and their hard work. And this is just my side, and I know a lot of people maybe can share the same sentiment, that the people of Somalia are very entrepreneurial and very hardworking and very humble people. They are not on anyone's business, they just focus on their business.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like in the Somali community, there's like, when it comes to business, there's trust. Like, I'm gonna invest in this cooperative that I have no control of. Somebody else is running it, but you have to have trust when you go into business. So when we're developing, if we move to develop these projects in Africa as a whole, we're gonna have to trust each other, and we're gonna have to be we're gonna have to say, hey, you know, we're not gonna corrupt this money. Because if we do, then it's gonna dissipate, and we're back to square one, right? But if we have that trust and we say, you know, this money is for a good cause, and it's gonna be, you know, if we follow through with this business plan, it's gonna come, you know, double, you know, the investment is going to double and triple and whatnot in the next 10 years or 5 years, whatever your projections are. So I think when it comes to entrepreneurship and business, you have to have trust. And if you don't have trust, then it's not going to work. So the secret ingredient to the Somali people is they have, when it comes to business, they have trust. That's one of the things that really propel them. And Somali people are very much, yes, they're entrepreneurial, but they also like to help people. You know, they like to give a hand to somebody. Let's say, you know, for example, my aunt has a business, and then she sees another woman who's really good at something. She's going to say, hey, I'm going to give you this money, and I want you to make those products for me so that I can sell it in my store. So, you know, so it becomes, you know, more of a ecosystem. It's not only your business that's running the show, but you are creating an ecosystem around your business where you're also directly investing in other people. So I think if we take that model and we build trust and we start looking at projects that could potentially have a tremendous impact on the people, you know, on the ground, I think we would build projects that we could be really, proud of.
Wow. Yo, I see some people already commenting here. They say we stand with Somalia. Ghost is one of our member here. Says we stand with the people of Somalia. And this past 2 days, it has been really nice. I mean, it's a country that it was nice hearing the other points, the other side as well. And I'm sure there's more that's still coming. And it will be great to also have you again. Maybe we can discuss more about these projects that you're talking about and how we can do them, because the how part is also the most important. As you say, we need action in the coming year. So we will really love to do another follow-up with you with regards to what you are doing and what you've planned already.
So me personally, I like to invest in businesses that are helping people on the ground, right? But personally, like my family, they're all in healthcare, for example. Like right now I'm doing a graduate program in healthcare management. My brother is starting his residency in interventional radiology as a doctor, and my sister is a nurse. And so eventually, once we're finished with our education, we want to establish, a world-class healthcare system that is affordable, efficient. There's plenty of doctors and nurses in Africa. The cost of healthcare in Africa is actually really expensive compared to developed nations. And so, bringing whatever you're learning, like if you live in the diaspora and you've studied something and you've mastered something, it's important that you don't just work, overseas and just accumulate your whatever funds and then retire. But it's also important that we also invest that education back to Africa and to our countries and expand it to other African countries. So that, we are uplifting the living standard of people and especially the kids. We have a lot of pregnant women who die from childbirth because they don't have the maternal health care needs that is appropriate. Things like that is very important to me and I'm very passionate about. So when I see other entrepreneurs who are maybe starting banks or starting investment banks or starting farming or whatever the case may be, I will invest in them. Like, I truly believe in that. Like, I will invest in you. If you have those ideas, I will invest in you. And we should also, we should always look for African people in Africa who are doing great things, and we should say, okay, how can we help you? But we should also encourage our governments to invest in these people because they're very talented and their talent is going to waste. So for me, I feel like we need to ignite that passion within. I see a lot of people trying to go to Europe, crossing the the ocean to go to, and you don't need that. I've lived abroad for so many years. You don't need that. I've been to Africa, and Africa has a lot of opportunities. The people just need direct investment and ideas. So I think these are some things that we should look forward to in the future, going forward.
Wow. And I see Mushtaq Ahmed says, oh, that's a great idea. I'm with you in your idea. Healthcare is a great initiative. Wow. So I see there's a lot of interest from so many people already of what you are talking about and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, healthcare, we need clean water, we need electricity, we need we need renewable energy. All of these things are very innovative, forward thinking ideas that can be turned into multi-million-dollar businesses that could redirect some of that funds. For example, we have corporations here in the US where a corporation will make X amount of billions of dollars, but then they will allocate maybe $1 billion or $2 billion and reinvest that into the community. So they'll give grants to like small businesses and like startups and things like that. And so we need to like kind of create that kind of model where we're recycling some of that money back into the economies and investing in it, upcoming talents, upcoming business ideas, upcoming startups, and just continue that cycle and create, you know, robust ecosystems that are resilient, that are sufficient. You know, and I know for a fact I've visited Africa, and I talked to a lot of youth people in those countries, and they are very, you know, talented, extremely, you know, they know more things than I do. And I'm like, well, there has to be something that needs to be done about that.
Yeah, I mean, this continent has a lot of smart people, a lot of people, and I mean, and it's a continent of young people as well. So you can imagine the creativity that's still untapped in this big continent of Africa. There's so many youths and so many people with so much creativity, and they just need to be channeled in the right direction. And I'm telling you, no one can stop us if we can take it up. And you know, like as we talk with some friends as well, we always talk that we are the leaders. We are not the leaders of tomorrow. We need to start now, because if you look at all the great leaders, they started young. If we fail and say we are still young, we'll start when we are 40, 50, whatever, that's too late. We need to start now, because that by the time we want to be active and participate in so many things, we already have families, we already have so much responsibility. Sometimes, you know, people cannot commit to working. And again, so much damage has already been done. And that can cause a lot of things. So we need now, as young people, to be active in everything. Either in politics, we need to be active. We should not leave politics to the old people. We need to be active in business. We should not leave business to the old people. We need to be active in healthcare, as you said. You know, we should be in every sector, and we should fill those spaces and not let go. We need to really be active so much as the youth in Africa, because if we miss this train, we'll be in trouble, because you'll have a generation that failed to take the opportunity, and then they're a burden to the other generation that is coming after them, you know. But I see a lot of people, I see Marie Antoinette, she's also a sister here. She says we should keep in touch. I would like to help with this initiative. And definitely, Marie Antoinette, we are going to have a game in the coming year, and she's going to discuss more. We're going to have a nice chat, and then you can join, and then she can tell you the initiatives and all those things. So definitely, there's a lot of people who are showing interest and would love to be part of this movement or initiative that you are planning. And yeah, and again, there's been a lot of things. I mean, when I look at the reactions, and there's another a video that Mika, for example, reacted on this year in Somalia. Let me do this. I'm just gonna share the video quickly. I'm not gonna play the whole video, and but so just to the people of Somalia, or you want to call yourself Somalian, but Somali, we're just going to say Somali. We're not going to divide any people. And there's a video that Mika reacted to. Let me see here. There's a video. I'm just going to share this video.
Yo, my people, it's your boy here, MC, and welcome back to Swahili Nation, Swahili to the world. Coming back right now, guys, to do another reaction all the way from Somalia, and this time, it's my boy, King CK. It's been a while doing reaction on King CK, The king, y'all. He's the king right here. The king of vlogs in Somalia, man. We're talking about vlogs. This guy right here, he's the pro. You know what I'm saying? He released a music video called Somaliland Official Music Video 2021. I'm amazed seeing how much Somalia and Somaliland people are collaborating, cooperating one another. I've seen Shama Boy writing a song about Somaliland. Now it's King CK writing a song about Somaliland. I think this is the example of being a United States, being a United nation, being a united Africa. This is how you unite Africa. Let's jump right into it. Let's go. Hey, oh. Okay, and this is definitely Somaliland's flag. This outfit. Come on, bro. I'm wondering if his wife is from that region. I'm wondering. Come on. Hey. Somaliland. Come on. Hey. Okay, wait, guys. Help me out. Is King CK from Somaliland region or Somalia? Help me out. I want to be right. Hey. Orikara. Orikara. Come on, man. Hey. Come on now. King CK, since he got married, some vibe has changed a little bit. Looks like a gentleman. Hey.
His wife is from where? From my region, from northern Somaliland, what they call Somaliland. But he's from the south. The singer CK, southern region of Somalia.
Wow, this is just some of the things that are in review, things that His Excellency also reacted to. And I know we've been speaking about Somalia this past 2 days, but just something. We have our sister Awa, and she's representing, and just something I just wanted to share with the people that, hey, these are some of the reaction. If that was your reaction that you like, or one of the videos we uploaded, you're more than welcome to go watch it. Go through our Swahili Nation channel. All these videos are there. And so it's just a year in review, some of the stuff that happened in this year. So please go and if you've just joined the channel, go through the videos that we've either reacted to or the live streams. Go watch them. There's so much things that you can learn from them. And I encourage, especially the ones we also doing this the live streams and stuff, because you're gonna learn a lot. You're gonna hear a lot of input from different people. So I just want to welcome Biggie. I know he's been struggling with network today.
Today was like crazy. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning. It was crazy. I don't know what. I tried the different part of my systems, and finally I just got my other phone working. Anyway, thank you so much for having me. I didn't follow much because I was troubleshooting and all that. But at the same time, the first sentence that came out about what you did this year and how you conclude this year and moving on to the coming new year. The first thing I would say, we had some chaotic year, COVID, wars, and I just wish well for those that are recovering, those that passed, wish them well in heaven, rest in peace. And those that are struggling mentally, wish them peace and love and care for them because we are all interconnected. And all this prayer that we're doing is not going to be in vain, hopefully. And I'm always wishing to have a better year every year. Accomplishment is basically from the Swahili Nation. being able to voice and to bring so many to be heard, like Somalia in the last couple of days. I mean, it's just a lot of things that been moving. Ethiopia with this war. Now, again, going back to Somalia and all this interference that we're getting. I think all the audience and the commentators, I want you to have a deep thinking before the 31st and how we can excel in the coming year with solid agendas, solid, constructive, happy Africa. We want to be happy and we want to be recognized. And as happy people, definitely there's a lot of love to share, a lot of culture to share, a lot of things that we can share, and being adamant on getting our goals for next year. I'm very eager to look into it. There's a lot of things that are changing. It's very fluid, but keep in mind, One Africa means to start within you. Each individual is accountable of their thinking of to bring One Africa. It gets confusing sometimes. Sometimes it gets no clarity. But at the same time, if you really hang on to it, you really are true to yourself, and you are purging every negative thought that you might have without your ego, without your reasoning for selfish reasons, but being selfless. I think that's what I'm looking at in 2022, that we Africans are selfless. We'll put everything to another brother that is in front of me to help him to excel. In return, that cycle comes for you to excel by supporting one another, hear one another, anything justice that we can bring to justice, anything that is not helping the people in Africa is to bring help. And in fact, I'm thinking about this is something that I always wanted to do is all the diaspora, how can they get involved is by shadowing the scientists that are in our continent, the engineers in our continent, to have some kind of collaborative helping these people that don't have the know-how, to give them the know-how, share the know-how, and that will excel us, the binding of each other. It can be an African in Ghana struggling to get, let's say, about COVID, to have our own labs, our own pharmaceutical that we believe by using our cultural and as well on what we see they want to prevent us to have access. So all these can come by really diaspora to come in, all these beautiful scientists that we have, all these engineers that we have, from infrastructures, healthcare, and being able to just shadow and put some time. Okay, I'll sponsor so and so. Okay, I'll be the mentor. I'm gonna be helping him while he's in Africa, struggling to obtain laboratories or materials or equipment or knowledge. This is what I'm looking forward on the 2022. Right now, we're awakened, and we want to keep on getting this no more movement all the way through until Africa is satisfied.
And Biggie, there's something that I want to play for you. Since we here on still speaking about this no more movement and the year in review, something that I really that really touched me, that I can say in this year that a lot of Africans from everywhere, especially in the diaspora, they've showed that they love this continent. Because some people might get it twisted to thinking, no, the people have left the continent, they have nothing. But I just want you to see this. By the way, Biggie was reporting live, was reporting live in Washington, D.C. He uses all his resources and his time. And Biggie, I just want to thank you from, as a team and as a family. We love you, and for all your hard work, for all your support, Biggie, in this year. You've really helped us in so many ways. And I just want to dedicate this video to you that you did for us.
But I think I got on the other cam, so.
Okay, that's beautiful. First of all, let me just say thank you so much for doing this today. The voice, this means a lot. And
how's it getting here?
Oh yeah, look at my brother, man.
Yeah.
You are doing this for the continent, brother. So thank you so much, sir, for your service. I appreciate it.
Oh, very welcome.
Yeah.
As you can see, it's just getting started. People are coming. I'll show you in the short.
Okay.
Right now, I'm just going to put the camera on the other side so you can see what's going on.
It's good to see you, by the way. It's good to see you.
It's in here, man. It's in here. Proud of you, man. You made it happen.
Yes.
So this is basically, as you can see, people are just coming in. You can see the flag getting stacked now. Like I said, it calls for 1 o'clock. But right now, what we're looking at is the startup on what's going on in here. I don't know if I can get people interviewed in here.
Exactly. That would be amazing. That would be amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably just check some people in here.
Yeah.
Hold on, quick. Can you hear the? Can you hear that? Mika, can you hear that?
Yeah, but it's too little. It's too low.
It's too low. Okay. Let me get the mic out on the audio. Let me see.
Yes.
This is the default that I have. We're covering for Swahili Nation, One Africa, and while you're here, just to say a word to all Africans that are watching. Right. Right. Excellent. What's your name? Tess. Okay. Nice meeting you. Thank you so much. Here is selling the Ethiopian flags.
Yes.
And as you can see, is staging. It just got started, I guess. And people are coming, and we'll keep moving. Let's see what else do we have.
Okay.
As I walk. Thank you, Tess.
What did he say, by the way? Because we couldn't hear him.
And I'm just gonna forward a little bit there because it's a long video. It was over an hour, so I'm just gonna forward. And when you have time, watch all this normal movement protests that was in different countries and different places in America as well. So please, when you have time, go check this protest that we had. I'll share some of the links of all the videos that I'm also doing some reviews on. And where's the other one? Okay, I'm just gonna forward here, and guys can see here. It's just one of the. I also shared the link for this live stream that we did, that Biggie did in Washington DC. And let me just play.
I'm not the only one here. You can see so many people are here, and we love Ethiopia. We support our country. We love everyone from north, south, east, west. The whole Ethiopian we're supporting here, and we are one nation, and we stay like that forever. I love my country. I love Ethiopia. This is you. This is the least I can do for you. I love you. Thank you so much, Pan-Africa. Pan-Africa, like as everybody knows, Ethiopia is an independent country, never been colonized, and we're an example. And it's hard to understand being independent, never being colonized, but we Ethiopians know how to be like being Ethiopian and Pan-Africanism is like to support African movement to be independent. We African can do it. We have the knowledge. We have the structure. We can build it. We can be Africans, and we can support each other and build the whole thing from ground to wherever it needs to be. And I'm African and I'm Ethiopian. I love it. Thank you.
Come on, man.
No more movement. No more being.
So that was just a Biggie there, our field reporter. So man with many talents, Biggie.
It surprises me every time I see it. These are the things, you know. These are the things that I can at least do, and every African can do, you know. And I think the next move that I will see is I just want to see all Africans coming up for the same cause, all Africans supporting one another. Let's show some more flags. Let's show our solidarity. So anything that comes on next year, this is what I want to see. I want to see all Africans holding hand, defending our continent. Regardless who's going to come in, who's going to try to trick us, we're supposed to stand and hold our grounds because this is our continent. This is our Africa. And really, that field trip and doing all these interviews and talking to people and seeing the movement, hey, you know, it's not just about Ethiopian movement. This is no more, it's the continent movement. And it gives you so much empowering energy that really people are coming when you interview them and they're talking, they're really voicing out. So really we need to keep up this effort on all angles of the world that we are African and we deserve our respect. We need to be respected. In order to be respected, we need to change things around where we can excel in the right direction. That's the movement. We don't depend on others. We're supposed to be self-reliant. If I don't have it, Ethiopia doesn't have it, Tanzania have it. If they don't have it, Ghana has it. Somebody has it.
So wow, that was a really important things that you raised right there. And looking at this movement, how it has grown. I mean, just look at us. Just the three of us. We all come from 3 different countries, and we're joining and we are speaking. You know, these are the things that are showing that Africans can talk and Africans are talking, and they are learning to learn about each other's cultures and ways of doing things. And this just exposes a lot of things, and it will help us. This is the bridge, you know. This is also a channel that's helping us to be the bridge, and for all the other people who might be sitting somewhere else thinking, how do I speak to other fellow Africans? This is the channels that you need to subscribe to. If you've just joined us, subscribe, turn on the notification icon, share, and tell your family and friends about this movement as well. And I see today African culture is busy. I know our friend Red Sea normally comes in late, but so far the person who's been on fire is African culture, saying yes, please learn about East African history and all African history. Wow, and I don't know, Biggie, if you listen to what our sister was saying, Awa. She's from Somalia, and the things that she was talking about, like action in the coming year, 2022, that her wish for Africa is for us to start doing, you know, we need to know how we're going to do it, and we need to do it now. And something just of interest as well, I'm not sure if Awa was aware that we do have our own initiative that we're also planning to do as One Africa movement. The first stop is Ethiopia, and we will be going to different countries, but the first stop is Ethiopia, the home of African Union, the home of African unity. I know some people might say Ghana. Ghana is also another home, but Ethiopia is the the home of. I know it's another topic on its own, but we know, why Ethiopia was chosen, and so that's where we start. That's where we start. Where all Africans meet, and that's Ethiopia. That's the first stop where Africans meet in terms of the political sphere. That's where it all starts. So Ethiopia is our first stop, and we will be going to many other countries. And so be with us, be part of, play a role, and also help us to reach those nations. There's many nations that need to be heard, and we need to go and see them, and we need to go and have people talk to us and teach us about their culture and their countries as well. So yes, Awa, I don't know if you're still here.
Yeah, I am. I think that's a great idea. I think a lot of people, in order to start an initiative in a country, we have to get basic knowledge of what is on the ground and gather ideas, do research and whatnot. And I think that's a great idea. Maybe going to different countries, doing a summit, talking to the local people, seeing what areas we could have the most impact. I think that is a great idea.
Yeah, so there will be a lot of initiatives as well in the coming year. Please partner with us. Please support us in any way possible, and let's get the channel growing. And currently we're on 194,000. So family, help us to reach 200,000, and let us get more people talking. Let us get a lot of Africans involved in this, and so we own 194,000. So our sister Deborah, how are you, Deborah? Biggie, we got Deborah in the house.
I see.
Another lady.
And my mic came back when she came in. Welcome, Deborah. How you doing today? You doing good?
Yes.
Okay, we want to hear you, what you experienced this year and what you're looking forward next year.
That was only listening.
It's okay. You go ahead. You can say, you can talk in Amarinya. I still can translate.
ዝም ብዬ መስማት ፈልጌ ነው እንጂ
እየሰማሽ ነው ያለሽው
እና ካለ ደግሞ እነግራለሁ።
ግን አሁን ላለው ሙቭመንት እና እስካሁን ድረስ ስዋሂሊ ኔሽን እና ዋን አፍሪካ ሙቭመንቱን በአመት ውስጥ ምን አድርገሻል? የሚመጣ አመት ምን ታስቢያለሽ? ምን ማድረግ አለብን? ያጠፋነው ጥፋት ካለ መስተካከል ያለበት ነገር ካለ ምን ማድረግ እንዳለብን አንዳንድ ነገሮች ላይ ብትነግሪኝ በጣም ደስ ይለኛል።
እኔ የምመኘው ለሁሉም ሀገር ይሄ ክፉ አመት አልፎ አዲሱ አመት በሰላም በትብብር በፍቅር አንድ ላይ የምንኖረው አድርገን እግዚአብሔር እንጂ እቺ አመትማ በጣም መጥፎ ነች፣ በተለይ ለኢትዮጵያ እና ለአፍሪካ ይሄ ሁሉ አልፏል ብዬ ምናምን።
She said basically she wants to have love and prosperity for upcoming year, for all Africans to love and have our unity and voice ourselves. One of the things in the past, she said we had this bad year, and hopefully this will pass to give us a better year. Looking at?
እና አይዞህ ምንም አይደለም፣ ያልፋል ሁሉም ነገር። እግዚአብሔር ነው ትልቅ እንጂ አሜሪካ የሆነ አውሮፓ አይደለችም። እሷ የምታደርገው ሁሉ ነገር ያናድዳል፣ ግን እሷ ይብድ ናት። የእሷ ስራማ እኔ በጣም አእምሮ እያመመኝ ነው።
All right. I got to translate this one. She said, everything will pass. Everything will pass because we have Xavier. And if we have Xavier, which is a God, and one thing that really frustrates her is what U.S. interference and what she's doing in Africa, and that really frustrates her. But in God she believes, in Xavier she believes. This will all pass.
እና ሌላ ደግሞ ትላንትና የሆነ የሶማሊያ ምናምን ገብቼ ነበረ ግን እየሰማሁ ነበረ እና በፊት ምን መሰለኝ እኛ ሶሪያ የሰበረች ጊዜ ዝም አልን። አፍሪካ አይደለም አልን። ኢራቅ የሰበረች አፍሪካ አይደለም አልን። ሊቢያ የሰበረች ዝም አልን። ቀጥሎ እንትኑ ምንድነው ሶማሌ የሰበረች ዝም አልን። እኛ እስከ መቼ ነው ዝም የሆነን? ለምንድን ነው ዝም የምንለው? ነገ እኮ ዛሬ ኢትዮጵያ፣ ኤርትራ፣ ሶማሌ ይሆናል። ነገ ናይጄሪያ አሁንም የታመሰች ናት። ቡርኪና ፋሶ እየታመሰች ናት። ነገ ኬንያ ይደርሳል። ነገ ታንዛኒያ ይደርሳል። ነገ ሌላ ቀጥሎ ይሄዳል። ለምንድን ነው እኔ አንዳንድ ጊዜ ግን እኔ ሁሉ ነገር የምናደድ ጥሩ አይደለም። ግን በቃ አንዳንድ የሚያስቡ ምንድን ነው እኛ አይደለም ትናንትና እኛ እኮ ኢትዮጵያኖች ለምን ሊቢያ ትሰበራለች ብሎ ከጮንኩ እንደዚህ አይነት እነሱ እኮ እንትን አያደርጉም ነበረ። ትላንትና ስለዚህ
እና አሁን እኛ ሶሪያ ሲገባ፣ ኢራቅ ሲገባ፣ አፍጋኒስታን ሲገቡ እኛ መጮህ ነበረብን አይደለ? አፍሪካኖችን ብንሆን ከመጀመሪያውኑ ማቆም ነበረብን። ከመጀመሪያውኑ እኛ አፍሪካኖች ይሄ ነገር እኛ ላይ ነግበኔ እንዳይሆን ማቆም ነበረብን ማለት ነው።
እዛ ጊዜ ኤሽያ እየሰበረች ጊዜ መጀመሪያ እኔ ጥላቻ አይደለም ጥላቻ ምንም ጥላቻ የለም። ግን አንዳንድ ጊዜ የምናደዱኝ ምንድነው ኢጅፕት በጣም ነው የምትናደደኝ። ይቅርታ አድርገልን። በጣም ስቶሪ ሁሉ እየነበብኩ በቃ በጣም ነው የምትናደደኝ። እኔ ጥላቻ አይደለም ግን እግዚአብሔር እኔ እምነቴ አይፈቅደኝም። ግን ጥላቻ አይደለም ግን የምትሰራ ሁሉ እኛ አልገባንም። እኔ ሙሉ እኔ አሁን ለእድሜ የሆን ትንሽ ይሆናለሁ ግን ስቶሪ የነበብኩ ጊዜ በጣም አሚሮ ያመኛል።
አንድ ጊዜ ልንገራቸው ይህንን አንድ ጊዜ ትራንስሌት አድርገው ብዙ እንትን እያልሽ ነው ያለኝ የምትነግሪኝ ነገሮች አሉ። So basically what Deborah is saying is that when we saw what US did the first at the beginning when they went to hit Iraq, when they hit then Afghanistan, then they went to Syria. When all these things is happening, really Africans, if we were in the same boat, we should have been opposing that to begin with, because that effect, we're seeing it now going to Libya. You saw what Libya happened. You saw what's going on in Ethiopia. And yesterday we were discussing about what's going on in Somalia. All that is affecting us, that U.S. is meddling on something that sometimes we don't even know what she's meddling with. We don't know what's coming down. So now you got Nigeria that's having the problem. We got Burkina Faso that's having a problem. And all that for us is to understand where they're going with this, because I get frustrated. I'm not a hater. I don't hate people. And my religion won't allow me to hate because she is a God-loving person. So they won't allow her. But at least we need to show our frustration. What happens today to one country can happen to one of our countries, which we're seeing it, that's happening on the ground in Africa. So we have to rise and voice. So this is where it stops. So I'll let you finish again, Deborah. Go ahead, Deborah.
እና እንትን አንደኛ ደግሞ የኢትዮጵያ እንትን የአፍሪካ መንግስታቶች በጣም ነው የታዘብኩ። ፍርሃት ይሁን የሆነ ነገር ይሁን ፍርሃት እኔ ግን እኔ ግራ ግብት አለኝ። ትልቅ ሰው ውስጥ መግባት ምናምን አይደለም፣ ግን እኔ እንደዚህ ያሰብኩ እነሱ ለምንድን ነው ዝም ይላሉ? እነሱ አንዱ ከተቃወመ አንዱ እነሱ ጋር ነው የሚሰራ። ለምሳሌ የአፍሪካ ችግር አፍሪካ ነው የሚፈታ አሉ። ታዲያ ለምንድን ነው አሜሪካ ሁሌ አፍሪካ ውስጥ መግባት የምትፈልገው? ለምን አፍሪካ ፎር አፍሪካ ጀደሜ እርገ ዱበተሜ አፍሪካ ችግር አፍሪካ ትፈታለች ካሉ አሜሪካ እና ውስተርኖቹ ምን አገባ ነው እንደዚህ መጥቶ ነው አፍሪካ ውስጥ የማመሱል? ትላንትና ወደ አንቶኒ ብሊንከን የኬንያ ገቨርንመንት ጋር ያወራ ጊዜ ኢትዮጵያ የኬንያ መንግስት እኮ የኬንያ መንግስት የኬንያ ነው እንጂ የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት የኢትዮጵያ ነው። ታዲያ የኢትዮጵያ ይሄ እኮ ንቀት ነው እኮ። አንድ ወር በፊት ሄዳ እንትኑ ጋር አወሩ ኢጅፕት ጋር ኢጅፕት ገቨርንመንት ፎር ኢጅፕት ኢትዮጵያ ገቨርንመንት ፎር ኢትዮጵያ Joe Biden is for America, not for Ethiopia. You should talking with Ethiopia. Why not for with Kenya government? Why? Africa for Africa. Africa problem. We should open Africa. Why coming? She's coming. Western, she need American, she need African gold, she need African gas, she need African diamond, but no like African people. No like African people. We example, that's yesterday, Somalia. Today's Al-Shabaab coming, fighting with 5 people or 6 people killed. What do you want to America? America, Joe Biden is standing with for American people. It's not coming in America. We should carefully. የአሜሪካ ማን ነው እሷ መረጠ? የዓለም መንግስት ብሎ ማን ነው እሷ መረጠ? ማን ነው የመረጠው? የአፍሪካ ችግር እኮ አፍሪካ ነው የሚፈታ እንጂ ምን ስለሆነች ነው እሷ የዓለም እኔን ብቻ ነው የሚፈታ የምትለው?
እዚህ ላይ አንድ ጊዜ ልንገራችሁ እና I think you all heard her frustration. She jumped from Amarinya to English. So basically, her frustration was like, when there was an Ethiopian issue there and AU, what AU is doing about it. They told them that AU said, this is an African issue, we're going to solve it as an Africans. But yet, she still interfere into how to do it. And the sad part, she said, instead of coming directly talk to Ethiopia, because it's the issue in Ethiopia, they went and talked to Kenyan, and Kenyan, they are neighbors, and there's nothing that they can change on what we said as an African Union, that we solve it ourselves. But she's going poking around different countries to get their way in on the African affairs. So this should stop. And by the way, she said, who voted for America to be the law peacekeeper? Who voted for her? Nobody voted for her, because we have our own continent. It's an African continent. It has to be recognized as such, that we can solve our own issues with no American interference. So she's pointing out more to U.S. why they interfere and meddling with our affairs. while African Union is saying so. But it seems like she's got a question also in the African Union that they're not doing anything about it. They just keep quiet. And then now we're just getting targeted, individual different countries, to bring alignment to their interests, because America won't be, to add on to her is America does, if she doesn't have an interest, she said it flat out, they protect their own interests. Usually I would say, hey, we're here to have a collaboration to help you and help ourselves. No, the first thing is our interest first. So the world knows that. America won't get involved if she doesn't have any interest in the area. Look at it.
Okay, I just want to quickly share this. For the guys that have just joined us, this is where we are at the moment. And as Betty just mentioned, that we need to get our target is 200,000 just before Mika's birthday. So Mika's birthday is this coming month, January. So please subscribe if you've just joined us. Please you will see there for those people who might be looking at the channel, there's no other Swahili nation but this one with over 194,000 subscribers. That's the one that you need to like. If you see anything else without those numbers, then you're not on the right channel. So the right channel is this one. You will see the logo there as well, SN, and it has over 194,000. So our target is 200,000 subscribers just before Mika's birthday. So family, if you're looking for the Swahili Nation on YouTube, that's the channel you're gonna see. That's the numbers that we are on. If you see any other number, it's not the one. The one is the correct one is this one. And let's push this. Betty just reminded us. Let's do this. Let's give Mika a 200K birthday gift, and keep the movement going. That's a 2022 goal as well. But if we can do it now in 2021, then we start a 2022 on a 200K, and we'll get the subscribers growing. So yeah, family, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's subscribe. Let's share. And let's turn on the notification icon so that you can join whenever we go live and you don't miss anything. And I'll just go back. There's something I think Deborah or Biggie was saying. The floor is yours again, family. Or Awa, do you have something you want to say, or Deborah?
I just wanted to respond to the sister. I think so I've been researching about the African Union, just wondering why they are very reluctant to speak up for like African countries when they're going through foreign intervention. And one of the things I found out was that the African Union is, massively funded by the EU and other foreign countries, and so I think maybe there's a conflict of interest there. Some of our diplomats are being, their salary is coming from there, and so I think that might be one of the core issues. If somebody else can educate me on that, that would be great. But that's like one of the main red flags that I found. There is this African Union body that's supposed to represent Africa and African interests. However, the funding is not African. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So that could be a problem, a major problem. If anybody can educate me further on that, that would be great. And that might be the answer to that, sister. And, like, how do we, like, find out more information about that?
So I think with also some of the initiative that you already talked about, it's like within our trip. I mean, it was Africans, fellow brothers and sisters from all over the world that funded the project. So I think the more us as brothers and sisters, we start funding our own projects, if our own initiatives, our own ideas and stuff, our own apps, own programs that we want to launch, if we can have us supporting and also financing those projects, I think we can really also grow quicker than if we are always running to others to fund our work or anything that we plan to do, you know. But I think Deborah or Biggie, if they want to respond.
Yeah, Iowa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I mean, we all know all along. You can call AU EU. is the most influenced.
Yeah, pretty much.
And
yeah.
So, you know, let's not be wrong. Sometimes, you know, we need some of the fundings, but the way it's funded is very important to know. Whose interest is it? You know, I mean, Africa has the fund that's not even is paying the debts after debts after debts, and we get buried. They give us money, we get buried more. A few people benefit from it, and billion are suffering through it.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think the way I approach it, there are earlier video where I saw the vision. It's so funny. It starts in Alexandria. Okay, Egyptians have some influence. You know, they get in $3 billion a year. Okay, and to really make them focus really into the African issue. So they're looking into building, I believe it's Highway 4. That start from Alexandria, it goes through Cairo, it goes through Khartoum, and because of the dam, they decided to just bypass Ethiopia and just go south. But the problem was that Ethiopia has another 110 million population. So if you really think business and you want to have this highway, you need to include Addis Ababa. You know, and it has to go through Ethiopia, and Ethiopia is putting a lot of work into infrastructure right now, and they're building highways. We're getting better and better, but we still got a long way to go. So for him to bypass that, it's 110 million people that you bypassing to begin with. So now, after they got a little bit of agreement, he understood. So now it's going to go through Addis Ababa, and then it's going to go down south and Mogadishu. Why not? You know, and then you have Kenya, and this highway should reach from Alexandria all the way to South Africa. So now we're talking about interest. So we have to look for our interest, but we don't have a strong body that can talk about each African nation's interest. There always been somebody else's interest. What is our interest? These are the narratives that we have to bring in and bring it in 2022, strongly urging our leaderships in the African nation that yes, we have AU, but AU cannot be functional unless the people are really demanding. So we have to look for our interest. Just like anything, you're a member of the AU, we ask each country should demand why you let this thing happen. Okay? Because they're all part of it. Remember that. The president of the AU is going to be from Ghana, it can be from Ethiopia, it can be from any part of the African continent. So we need to talk about our interests. There's a plan to be borderless. We become borderless once we get to know each other. Remember, you open your door, when somebody knock at your door, you're going to open to a stranger. You have no idea where he came from, right? So sometimes we tend to not to open. So we get to, as an African nations, we get to know each other with our strength. We have to look at our strength. What do I have in my country? What do I have in my nation? And each nation should revise and start from the bottom, not from the top, from the bottom up. What can I produce? What can I do? It's just the creation of jobs. It comes within the youth. The youth is the one that's going to create the jobs, not the government. Don't expect the government to create your job, because some of it is contractual, it's temporary, because once it's built, you're out. But you have to build into it and how to get each individual Africans get involved. So since we're getting AU to support certain project, is this in the interest of AU? And AU should say, yes, this is something that we need. But again, there is no reactive. And then they go individual nations and start funding them and bring them more in debt. Don't forget, China is doing the same thing. Okay, it's just their purpose is to get all the infrastructure, and they're looking at 1.4 billion people that can really use their products. Okay, and they can, in the same token, they want that raw material, so they'll have a highway to gold mine, to potash, to cobalt, name it. They'll have this super highway that can go from one end to another, and actually a faster delivery system. Believe me, that's exactly, they want to accelerate on the way they're getting those materials to the market. So we have to look into our interests. Yeah, fine, you build the infrastructure, but at the same time, this is my continent, this is my country. And every roadway that you're going to build, and at the same time, I see certain things that's coming in, I'm going to start having a toll or different business model. So we have to be aware that there's a lot of vultures out there to pick on Africa. And they'll suck you dry. It's just like Shonkora. You know what Shonkora is? Shonkora in Amarinya, in English, is sugar cane. You just chew that up until you suck all the sugar out of it. And then what happened? They waste it. Okay? So we don't want to be a sucker punch, as they say. We have to punch back. We have to understand how to mobilize. My deep concern of African continent is we don't want to lose any more African brothers and sisters to a nonsense wars. A nonsense war, you look at each other, you're shooting another brother, you're shooting another sister. To make an understanding that killing is the highest sin that you can commit. You're eliminating what created, and the creator is not going to be just sitting. He will send us some avalanches that we cannot even handle sometimes. But in order not to have that, we need to change our mentality. We need to be strong, believe each other, believe one another, regardless what it is. You're human, you existed, you got created. This is the time. So like you said, I'll go back to the AU aspect of it. Yes, we need to really analyze it, know about them and how they function. They may need help. You know what kind of help? The younger generation that has this progressive understanding. We got brilliant Africans. They need to be heard. They need to be upfront. If I'm represented by AU, I'm going to question everything that what they have under their sleeve. Not something that you just post on the internet. What are you doing about it? You have an agenda 2063. Can I bring it 2025? Certain of the things that they have in this league. This is up to us as an African citizen to rise up, because in the old days, you just cluttered in your nation. That's all you know about it. Whatever the news, whatever the dictator you have, whatever that, you just keep on going. But right now, we're global. We see things. We talk about things. So our awareness is so great, and do not let the flame out. We're gonna keep carrying this torch. So this torch has always been lit. The Pan-Africanism has been lit from the forefathers that created it. They wanted to excel, but again, they didn't have a media that we have right now. They could not reach everybody the way we reach now. So this is our voice. This is where we debate. It was great. I mean, I never got bored from the day I joined Swahili Nation till now, because I start understanding each country's what's going on in those nations, what kind of help they need. So my mind is racing on how to put a structure to it, how to develop something and bring it. I have Francis, Rich Francis, probably see him. There's a lot of things that are so fluid on how we can get just one thing done to unite us, one thing, and we can replicate those. I believe in that, because we're humans. We want something tangible, something that's working, and you see it, you witness it. So if we do one thing, just one thing, I'm not sure yet, but I've been thinking about agriculture. I've been thinking about health department. I've been thinking about telecom. I've been thinking about infrastructure. I've been thinking about economy development. All that for me is above my pay grade, but I know what they require. They require specialists. They specialize for the interests of African. And there are people out there. There are different networks, and we need to network even harder than before. Because all this fake media, fake news, I really don't care what they're saying. I'm going to get it from the ground. And we're going to post it. Every issue, like Somalia issue came in, boom, it's right here. We're talking about it. It's just we need to make people aware that we have this platform. Every time you talk about it, and every African listens. And remember, the enemy also listens. You don't show all the play cards, but at the same time, we're a peaceful movement, loving people, because the Creator created you for me to exist. This is how our respects are. So we need to collaborate. Start from the bottom. From the bottom, that's when it starts. Not from the top down, because the top down model didn't work. Because the guy at the bottom is always crushed. So this is what I have for our answer.
And I just want to share another video. Since we're just going through some of the things that we spoke about, and also just one of the there was an interesting topic about the tension between Sudan and Ethiopia, and that's when we had our brother Nuri. He's from Sudan. I'm just gonna share this video as well. Just a small conversation, a small clip when our brother Nuri was here, and then just had some stuff to talk about.
Welcome, Jonas.
Okay, thank you, Mika. How are you?
I'm good. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Yes.
Hello, my brother. How are you?
Welcome, Jonas. I'm doing great. I hope you do.
Thank you. I'm from Ethiopia. And only one question is allowed. What do you expect from Ethiopian peoples to support Sudanese people? Because we need one unified and strong Sudanese. Therefore, what is your expectation from your neighboring country?
Okay. The first thing is a strong Ethiopia. This is what we need. We need Ethiopians to stand and stop this war in Ethiopia. Anyway, as more as we have peace, as more as our content flourishing, this is what we need. And also, of course, knowledge. Don't let anybody telling you what Sudanese people think or what your other brother African thinking about you. You should speak to them. We have social media now. You can link and have friends from Sudan, and of course you'll know if you got to know us that we really love Ethiopians and we feel like we are brothers. And of course it's nothing. We are really brothers, and we have a lot of Ethiopians in Sudan. So we don't expect anything. We really wish that Ethiopia stands strong, and this is what we are wanting from you. And of course, as you say, knowledge.
So that was our brother from Sudan saying if we need a strong Ethiopia. When he was asked about the relations of the countries there in the Horn of Africa, most specifically about Sudan and Ethiopia. So just some of the things that were a highlight for me. Some of the clips that I'm just playing things that were a highlight for me, that we do need a strong Ethiopia. We do need a strong Somali. We do need a strong Sudan, South Sudan. We do need a strong Kenya. We need a strong Tanzania. We need a strong DRC. We need the whole continent free, and we need all those countries to function fully and without any wars and stuff. So that was just some of the highlight of the things that for example, that really touched me in some of the interviews. So that was just something there that I had to play from Nori when Mika was interviewing him, or when they were having a conversation, as Mika will say, conversation, and not an interview, but a conversation.
Yes, I want to add into that when Nuri was saying on his comment that Ethiopia, okay, is the mother of Africa, okay? The mother is independent, but they snatched her children. So every African continent nations, your mother is getting attacked in 21st century. This is even worse than any war that you can ever think that ever happened on earth. Because the fact is that they really want to turn it to another Libya. Because they cannot have a powerhouse in the making. We got the dam. We're going to light up Africa. That's for sure. I'll guarantee you that. If we got energy, we'll move things faster. Things get creatively built. Smart people. That's why the whole African continent is crying and defending Ethiopia. Even the Kenyan president, he came in and he talked about it. It's like, now they're about to kill your mother. And this is where all Africans get together from the whole continent and discuss stuff. Whether it's going to be fruitful, there's some fruitful things that happen. I don't discredit you completely, but there's some fruitful communication among nations. Guess where they go and reunite? In Addis. Decision being made in Addis. So that is a very strong statement for the West to listen to this, because they know they cannot capture her. Now, 21st century, they want to capture more and destroy more and make her the king enemy of Somalia or Sudan. They want to portray her in a different way. Ethiopians are the most peaceful people. And anytime comes colonialism, they fight it. And now that's what we're fighting. This is what's going on in the ground. When this war is done and we're moving on, the good thing is that Eritrea came and Somalia came. Now you have a power play. And that power play, you have to dismantle it. First it was Ethiopia. Now you got Eritrea that's in peace, that's happening, and you got Somalia coming. Oh, they said, no, this is not going to happen. So they got to tear down one at a time they can, two, but now you're involving that whole coast. That coast is very important. And they make sure that everybody pays attention to what's going on. And I'm so delightfully happy that all my African brothers, they showed solidarity to this movement. And they're stuck. Now they got to go to Somalia. Sudan, they turned it in turmoil because they let it be. They let it be. But guess what? Once this peace comes in Ethiopia, that's the power in the making. That powerhouse, you got Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somalia, Kenya, Sudan. Believe me, before you say anything, they'll say no more to any incoming, whether it's Chinese, Russia, I don't care, EU, anybody that want to get hold of Africa, will be a very swift decision that they can make and stand together. The more you stand together, guess what? It's like a magnet. You got a powerhouse that's in the making. Once it's made, everybody is going to come together, and now they're going to say, let's review our history. Just the way we're reviewing this year, they're reviewing the year. In fact, they saw it in 3 years plan. And this is where we're at right now. And I'm so happy for all the Africans that put themselves together, this audience that's pouring their voice out. Thank you so much, because you are aligned. You know what's going on, and this is where we are. And we look for a better, tight relation among Africans, nations, and Africans. We can accelerate this process once this thing is done. There's a lot. I've seen some question. What's the playbook? The playbook is already done. It's already made and it's moving. But the only thing is they're gonna have to attack one of them. And now Somalia is the victim. They trying to move this faster. But we are together. Thank you.
Just to resonate your point, Biggie. We also had this video uploaded as well.
Ethiopia is the mother of African independence. Ethiopia, as the only uncolonized nation, stood firm with her brothers and sisters to ensure that the African people were free to determine their own destiny. So for all of us on the continent, Ethiopia is our mother. And as we all know, if the mother is not at peace, neither can the family be at peace. Of our solidarity in that journey and our eagerness and commitment to see a peaceful and stable Ethiopia and ultimately a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Africa. May God's blessings be with you and the people of Ethiopia as you embark on your journey. May God...
So That was just reiterating your statement, Biggie, that Ethiopia is the mother of Africa, and even the president of Kenya, President Uhuru Kenyatta, also saying this very same statement you just mentioned as well. And I see somebody says I must let Awa talk more. Awa, the floor is yours, Awa. They said I must let you talk more.
Oh, I was listening. I was learning a lot. No,
Here's
I
a comment.
totally.
They say I must let you talk more.
I'm actually a really like an introvert. I don't like talking as much, but I like listening to you guys in the background. Yeah, I think, you know, Mr. Sorry, was your name Biggie or Mr. E?
Biggie.
I think he brought out Biggie.
Yes.
He brought out a lot of, you know, very crucial points. The direction that East Africa is going with the whole cooperation between Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Somalia is going to change the dynamic, and we need all of the East African countries, whether it's Kenya, Tanzania, Djibouti, everyone to join, because this, you know, once you have cooperation between countries and you know, close off any gaps where you know, different countries with their own interests can come into the region to destabilize regions, to destabilize countries. If you close those gaps, they're gonna come willingly, begging on their knees to you, you know, because this region is important. Same with West Africa. Like, you see all these issues happening in Nigeria, beneath Niger, and all these other countries. If every country creates a block and we work towards stabilization, stability, political stability, and then bring those blocks as one powerful block together, I think Africa will be very powerful and sustainable. At this current rate, you know, different countries have been kind of divided, and whether it's through ethnic lines or whether it's through borders, whatever the case may be. And so this cycle of perpetual poverty and wars and famines and et cetera, will continue to happen if we don't mitigate those issues from a political point of view, but also from like our economic power. If we don't bring those different you know, those different viewpoints together, we're gonna continue living in this in these issues. And there's no reason why Africa cannot be, you know, the next, you know, I don't know if anybody visited these, like, I went to London one time and I'm like, I don't know how people live here. Like, you know, like people live in literally cramped houses. Your room is like a bathroom. The space is so small, like you're gonna go crazy. Africa is a really big continent. Like, people could, you know, every single African family, if the resources are utilized appropriately and there's appropriate investment in the people can live in like villas. Like, they can live in six room houses, breathe the fresh air, you know. So for me, I'm very much interested in, you know, stabilizing the political traumas that's been happening in Africa, but also like really sitting down and brainstorming. Okay, once we have political stability, how are we going to move forward with the economic issues? How are we going to bring the people out of poverty? Because once you bring people out of poverty, all these ethnic issues, all these little divisions that outsiders use to divide people will diminish, because people are, you know, I don't know if you guys, I'm not a psychology major, but I had to take Psychology 101 for my undergrad, and the Maslow's hierarchy. Have you guys seen that pyramid? Like if you, basically what the pyramid is saying is if you meet people's basic needs, they're going to be content. They're going to be happy. They're going to live a happy, fulfilled life. But if the people are not meeting their basic needs, whether it's shelter, food, water, whatever the case may be, you'll have, that person's psychology won't be stable, and they're going to live in turmoil. And individuals in that kind of conditions are easily manipulated into thinking that, hey, if you fight with this group, then you're gonna be better off. When in reality, that's never a solution, and you're just creating more chaos and more issues for the environment. So me personally, like my mom is very, like, she raised me to be very conscious about the poor and to always help people who have less than us, even though we don't have a lot in our, growing up, we didn't have a lot. My mom was working full-time while we were going to school. She was working night shifts so that she could be at home with us, and during the day so that she could pick us up from school and make lunch for us. And she showed all those sacrifices for us, but at the same time she instilled in us to always look out for people who are who need more help than you. Like if you have shelter, if you have food, there are people who don't have that. And so on the day of judgment, God is going to judge us. Like, how did we help those people? How did we reach out to those people? How did we use our talents and our skills and our knowledge, to reach these people? And, in the Islamic culture, there's this saying, like, if your neighbor is hungry, you can't eat food because, you have to eat after your neighbor eats, right? So I think we need to bring those values, those, African values, or whether we're Christian or whether we're Muslim, whatever the case may be, like we need to bring those values up front and show each other humanity, show each other kindness, always look out for the poor and the destitute, and bring dignity to people. So that's my vision for 2022, and I hope that Africa comes out of these difficulties, and that we support each other in everywhere that we encounter each other, whether we're in the diaspora or whether we're in the African continent, that we should show each other grace. We should show each other kindness. If you smile at somebody, that's a form of charity. People, like, why? It's free. You just smile. So yeah, I think that's where my heart is. That's where I like to contribute in the future.
That's awesome. Iowa, I think we nominated Deborah to be the peace ambassador. You're the second right there. I mean, we're creating ambassadors in here, ambassadors of peace. And believe me, we want you to come here over and over, because what you said is very deep. No matter your religion, whatever that is, that we are really a peaceful people. And we need a lot of you like that to promote this peace, this love. You're another ambassador, Israel, Pastor Israel. I mean, I have to give it to her. She's the ambassador.
True.
Thank you so much. Really, I mean, it means a lot for me, to hear that. It's voiced, it's well articulated, to the point. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Awa and Biggie. Just want to welcome Yanatan. I saw your comment earlier. You said you want us to lighten things up. Come and lighten things up for us, the good things that happened, Yanatan.
Hello, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me okay. My microphone tends to be a little loud, so hopefully it's not too loud. Thank you for having me. First of all, it's been an incredible year. I think most of Africans in general have gone through a lot. And first of all, thank you again, Ascend, Swahili Nation, for creating this platform where we've all been coming in, sweating all our anger out, or our frustrations out. So yeah, definitely. But throughout, the darkness, I guess you could say, one positive thing that happened is we've seen the unity of Africa grow every day. So that's a good thing. But I just kind of wanted to kind of look at a little bit more broadly about what some good things that have happened, just to kind of lighten things up, like I had said in my comment. In the arts and across other fields in general. First of all, I'm sure some of you are maybe aware, but we got some of our looted artifacts, including a Bible, an imperial shield, among other things, that was seized by the British forces during 1868 Battle of Magdala. They were returned to Ethiopia this year. We know that whoever holds your historical artifacts, in a sense, kind of is in control of your legacy and your historical narrative. So we need to see more of that. Over the centuries, African history has been looted by, so many that have come across the continent, whether it's the Germans, the English, the Italians, the French. So we need to see more of that happening. Music, if you guys are living in the West like I am, we've seen the influence of Afrobeat everywhere, but some great things have happened. If somebody's here from Nigeria, La Quantiti, which is a song by CK from South Africa, became the first top-ranked the most watched music video on YouTube this year. So it's the first. So look at that. It kind of follows what happened with Jerusalem by Master KG also back in 2019, 2020. That was a huge international hit, whether it was through social media, but the song itself. Right, we had the Nigerian artist Wizkid. Everybody's probably familiar with him. He became the first African to win the MTV Music Video Awards. Again, showing the fact that African musicians and African music in general, Afrobeat has kind of become part of pop culture in the West. So our legacy when it comes to contributing to pop culture in general continues. Right, films. We can talk about the fact that 10 films from Africa, from Cameroon, Chad, Egypt, I believe the others are Kenya, Morocco, Somalia, South Africa, Tunisia, and Malawi are shortlisted for the International Feature Film category for the Academy Awards. That's a big deal. It's the Oscars. But, I think in a sense, this kind of tells us that we also need to be congratulating these artists for the work that they've done, for their recognition, but it also hopefully ignite some kind of fire among us Africans and Pan-Africans that we need to also create a space for them to be celebrated within Africa itself, and not always, of course, these are big deals to be nominated at the international stage, but we need our own celebratory platforms. Same thing happened in literature. You had a 31-year-old Senegalese, I think his name is Mohamed Moubassar. He became the first African to win the prestigious Prix Goncourt Prize for his novel, The Most Secret Memory of Man. This is a Senegalese writer. Again, this is a French-based prize, but still a very big deal. Again, showing us why can't we have our own? In 2022, why don't we go towards creating a space where we can celebrate Africans within Africa and not just let them being celebrated at the international stage in other countries as well, in other European countries or American countries. Another positive thing, we're thinking more about like finance. You had the first Nigerian and first woman actually to head the World Trade Organization, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. I hope I didn't butcher her name. This is also a big deal. This is, the main body that governs trade rules between nations. So for her to be the first African and the first woman is a big thing. That's a great thing to celebrate. Since we have two women on here, hopefully this kind of is something that I'm sure you hold dearly as well. And also the UN also marked the first International Day of African Descent on August 30th, which is celebrating the contribution of African diaspora and descendants, in every field of human endeavor. This is the first time and definitely overdue, because we definitely have been contributing, continue to contribute in every field, right? And then within Africa, let's not forget the 1st of January, after it feels like forever, if a delay, the African Continental Free Trade Area finally came into force. That was on January 1st, 2021. It's estimated I think 1.3 billion people and worth 3.4 trillion economic bloc. It's the largest one after the World Trade Organization that was put together in 1995. There's obviously a lot of work to do. Somebody had actually in the comment section had said we need to talk about trading in Africa earlier, and this is a beginning. We still have a lot of hurdles, but it is a big move, and I think a big one towards Pan-Africanism as well. I mean, I can go on and on and on, but so sometimes it's been a tough year, but it's also been some kind of really good things that have happened for Africans, and we need to balance it out so we don't drive ourselves and each other crazy. So I hope I've lightened up things up a little bit here. And please, if anybody else has any other things that they're aware of that you can share with us about some great things that have happened to Africans in wherever you live or or globally, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned a lot of things that are positive things. For those who just joined us, Tan was just talking about all the positive things that happened in this year, regardless of all the negatives, the pandemic, whatever. You mentioned a lot of things, and I think also as a Swahili nation, on the music front, Mika has really been trying to push the awareness of Ethiopian or the East African music, but also music in general as well. For those who might be following the channel for the longest time or started following this year or even years past, they will see that for the music reactions that he did mostly, especially this year, they were mostly East African music. And not that he didn't want to react to other regions. It's because of copyright. Some people might say, why you guys are not reacting to some of our videos in our countries? Also, the copyright issue is a big issue even on YouTube. That's why even some of the stuff that I've been playing most of our content than playing even the reactions that I showed. I try to limit them because of some of the copyright issues that we might just our videos might be taken off. You might load something, react to it, and then you might not be seeing those videos. So those are the challenges about sometimes reacting to music in general. But there has been a lot of positives. I know even talking about Amapiano, the genre, it's been also trending a lot all over the world in many countries. And I think if they can keep the movement, and a lot of Africans can also know about Amapiano or this genre, because I think Afrobeat is also now has kind of taken a lot of people have taken a lot of notice on it. And I wish that more music, Amapiano, all the music from Somalia, people can know the music, that there's music from Somalia, there's music from Ethiopia, that it won't just be original music genre, but it will be music for the whole continent, that people can know artists, more artists from different places, and we can know each other's artists as well as Africans. And that will be very nice. When I think also with the African trade, Jonathan, what you said about it is something that we hope that it'll open up as more borders will open for trade. The soft power, I think music, as you say, it's one of the soft powers. America has that influence all over the world. They use music as well as one of their soft powers to influence pop culture, how people dress, how people make up, all those things, all pop culture influences that have affected. Even Africans have jumped and they're doing all these other things that they see from other nations, but more specifically from America. What else, Jonathan, that you feel that we can add? I was just elaborating on some of the things you mentioned there. What happened to Senny T? He just disappeared. Please come back. I was about to give you the platform, Senny T. I see you on the comment section you're talking. Come back, please.
Yeah, on the scientific front, let's not forget, it was South Africa that found the Omicron variant. That was a big deal. Of course, it was kind of put as if it started in South Africa. I think we know a little bit more that it most probably started in Belgium, but that was scientifically an African country finding a variant was a big deal. I was very proud of those South African scientists. So I forgot to mention that. That was a very positive thing.
Yeah. And on the and it, you know, these are some of the things that when they happen, I think maybe people, because of the it was sort of a punishment. Other people call it a punishment. When our borders were blocked, people, I mean, our tourism was affected because during this time, this is the high tourist also season in my country. So even locals, I mean, people, this is the time when they go to the coast, the beaches and stuff. So with tourists from other countries, UK, you name all those countries, they had to cancel. So imagine the hotels, how much money they've already lost. I mean, you lost business because you had booked and stopped other people from booking. Now those people have to cancel their trip. I mean, a lot of hotels, hospitality in general has been affected a lot, mostly in the SADC region. I'm not sure about other regions, but I think worldwide, people have not really been traveling the way. But I know in my country, a lot of people who work in hospitality, they really not doing well at the moment. And we wish that now as Africans, we need to travel amongst each other and things can be easy with the visas and stuff. That's also one of my wish for 2022 going forward. What else? I'm not sure. What else do you want to add, Jonathan?
Well, no, I think that's what I brought that were on top of my head. But I just kind of want to kind of talk about what everybody else was saying and what they're wishing for 2022. Is that, you know, that Africans continue to have this dialogue. You know, this platform is great, but there's so many others as well, and with each other. Most importantly, with each other, their friends, their families, their friends, wherever they live, because, you know, we are in the diaspora, have a way to be ambassadors for our countries. For the continent, and to kind of fight this crazy misinformation. You know, every day that I think that it's going to end, it gets worse, which is kind of a depressing thing. But it just means that we just have to work a little bit more harder to make sure that what is happening in Africa is being told correctly, especially for those of us that are out here. And of course, you know, we all wish for peace, but you know, peace doesn't come without sitting down and really kind of understanding why things happened, why things are the way they are. I know on here we've talked a lot. There's a new dialogue that's happening from Ethiopia, as you know. So there's a lot of new things that are happening on the ground, and, you know, some kind of dialogue happening. And we know that the constitution has to be changed. We know that we have to have a real, true understanding of the danger of groups like the TPLF in the region. So I hope that all that kind of comes into fruition in 2022 in a peaceful manner. But, you know, you don't win without also putting the possibility of having to deal with war, unfortunately. So hopefully that we come out of this stronger, and not just in Ethiopia, but of course what's happening in Somalia and Sudan. I mean, I think Biggie or somebody mentioned that there's issues happening in Nigeria now, which I'm not very familiar with, but I do see one positive thing, and I really see this Pan-African movement really growing and really growing fast. And so hopefully, if we don't even see it in our lifetime, hopefully we would have sown or seeded the first seeds towards that realization, you know, for the next generation at the least. So I'll leave it at that.
I'm just gonna play another video. One of the live streams that we had, someone from Tigray region who came and just had his own views that he also wanted to share. I'm just going to play a small part as well, a snippet of this interview. Please, guys, go through these videos and some of the live streams. They're still here on YouTube. Go and listen to them.
Okay, and are you gonna go back home?
When I'm done, yes, but not now.
Yeah, definitely. And what about the? Are you guys going outside there today, or there are people outside already? Because I know in a lot of states people will be outside marching for no more movement.
Yeah, unfortunately, in Las Vegas, I'm not aware of any, demonstrations, but this is the least we can do together because this is a very serious problem for us.
Yeah, it's very motivating to see what Ethiopian are doing right now, by stepping up and standing up for their nation, for the continent, and a lot of people right now they're involved from all over the world. What do you have to say about that? Everything that's going on right now?
Yeah, everything's going on right now is very important, not only in Ethiopia but for the rest of Africa, because this is where Ethiopia draws the line and say, "Hey, we're not going to allow anyone to come and say, hey, this is how you're going to live, and you're going to be our puppet, and you're going to have to be okay with it." That's the main clash between Abiy Ahmed's government and foreign interventionists, because they were on Ethiopia's side, but now that Abiy made it clear that he cannot be a puppet, they are turning against him. So it's very important, not only for Ethiopia, but for Africa, how we handle this. Because if they defeat Ethiopia on this foreign intervention war, then no other country is safe at this point. So it's very important for us to say no more. And when we say it, I think it's important to say, we're not hating America. We're hating their foreign intervention that is making us suffer. And I think it's very important what's going on right now.
Yeah, it's very important for Africa, for the current and future generation of.
So that was one of the interviews we had from someone from the Tigray, and go into the Swahili nation, go through the videos. You will see those videos. There was a live stream that we had with the brother who's also in the States, and who joined and who had a view that he wanted to share, and he supported the normal movement. And so go through that. That's one of the highlights as well for me, that we had somebody who was brave enough to say, I'm from Tigray and I will come and talk. So come, guys, if you've got anything, come and join us and let's talk. And I just want to welcome Santi. You've been coming in and out, and I see you a lot in the comment section. Welcome, Santi.
Hi, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I am doing this between work. Sorry. Yeah, so I'm always listen. I try my best to listen every day if I can. And you guys are bringing a lot of good topics, good discussions, to help us create awareness with everybody, which is great. And so I just love it. And I want to thank you guys for doing this, because you are connecting, Eritreans, Ethiopians, Somalians, Nigerians, Tanzanians, so different parts of Africa, which is really great. I honestly think, your channel is connecting us and bringing us, having that conversation on a global scale, a bigger scale, to connect us. And sometimes it's an uncomfortable conversation, but it's important to have. And to be uncomfortable is okay, in my opinion, because if we just want to, if I'm just comfortable with what I know and with what I hear, then I'm not really learning. I'm not really, you have to be out of your comfort zone sometimes, and it's a good thing. Just be open-minded to accept other ideas, and so that way we can come together, because we've been divided for so long. Africa is a huge country, so you have one country to itself, the other country to itself, and this was done by design. So the fact that we're having this conversation, it's a good start, because we're very alike. We're so similar, more than we're different. We were taught to think that we're different. I'm nothing like a Tanzanian. I'm nothing like a Nigerian. I'm better than them. Whether it's colorism, whether it's culture, we're taught to be not taught, but I guess that's how it was, like growing up, even knowing, you know, unless your parents were open-minded or willing to accept other culture and, you know, tradition and whatnot, you're just closed in your own. So, you know, we look from the outside, but we don't really connect with one another, even though we're this, you know, as soon as you leave Africa, though, everyone else sees you as a Black woman or a Black man, you know? So I'm just happy that we're all getting, you know, starting to talk and getting this conversation going and bringing more people and speaking our issues. That's where it starts for the change to happen. And then we, the people that are, especially in the West, right? We have the opportunity, because we see things a little bit different. Even though thanks to social media, a lot of Africans are also waking up and are seeing, you know, through social media, are seeing what's going on in the world. I feel like the diasporas have an advantage because we see how the West operates. For most, some of us are still asleep. We believe in the system. We believe that, you know, the government running the West is the right way, and then, you know, we're too comfortable in our own day-to-day activity or day-to-day schedule, right? We don't want to be out of that comfort zone, so we do what they tell us to do. But in my opinion, the biggest corrupt mafia are the West. You know, they just make it seem like Africa is the corrupt. Africa is everything negative. That's anything that you see in the news in the past. That's how it was, you know. And so no one wants to travel there. No one wants to go to Africa or see as Africa as a prosperous place because of the brainwash, because of the, you know, you turn on the TV, CNN or ABC News or whatever, you know, major media. Who owns these companies? That's the thing too, right? Like everything's controlled. Al Jazeera, all these other newscasts, they're all controlled, you know, like, yeah, I know I'm like everywhere, but I'm just trying to show you that we've been blindfolded for so many years. And so when they put like a Black face, you know, earlier a caller said, you know, we have a woman, the first woman in charge from Nigeria, right? And that was for the World Trade Organization. I think that's what it stands for. Ngozi Okonjo. I'm sorry if I'm saying the name incorrectly.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think she was a finance. She's a former finance minister of Nigeria, but now she's the head of. I think Senuti. He's you shared this, right? I see.
Yes. Because so it's great to see a Black face, right? It's great, but who owns and who operates WTO, and what power does she really have? You know what I mean? What has she done for Africa? So we get so excited so fast. Another example I want to say is the head of WHO. He's an Ethiopian guy. He's Ethiopian, and he was part of the party of TPLF as well, right? So he has a very not so positive history. When he was the health ministry of Ethiopia, when the previous government was, you know, when TPLF was in power, and when Meles Zenawi was the president. So he was selected by Bill Gates. He was selected by Bill Gates for that position and his cronies, you know. So people should really research why they were selected and who these people are, and don't believe because you see a Black face that it's for us, because it's not. Because you have to understand who's behind those doors, like who is in charge of the WHO. And this guy who's Ethiopian is not for his people. He's a traitor. He's a traitor, because the thing is, he did a lot of bad things also, and this is factual. He actually immunized a lot of, especially Amhara females in Ethiopia. They were given the injection for health reasons. It was advertised for health I don't know what it was exactly, but it was to prevent some sort of disease. But at the end, they found out it was actually to prevent them from being pregnant, right? Same thing that has happened in Kenya. Over 500,000 women in 2014 were injected. This is Bill Gates' company, right? They were injected to prevent some sort of a disease, but it was to make them sterile, so they wouldn't have any kids. So we need to wake up and see what is going on. And these people, they conquered, colonized us. What do we know our history before then? And, you know, they come with a smile and say, you know, we're here to save you, to help you, give you AIDS, all that good stuff that sounds like to help us, but it's not. This is to control us and keep us in a cage while they do what they want with our resources, control our government, control our, you know, whoever is in power. As you guys can see, as we are seeing it now unfold, right? And so when you see a blackface, it doesn't mean they're for us, because you have to know who's behind it. These corporations, they're behind them. They're, you know, money's a dirty thing, right? So people change because of money. And so this guy who's head of WHO, personally, I can't stand him because, you know, he's done a lot of bad things in his own country and continues to. And Bill Gates is a nice guy. Again, don't take my word for it, but do your own research. But as a people, we need to put ourselves first. And we need to, when we're working in the West, me personally, I have a plan to move back, right? But we need to really appreciate where we come from, our continent. And if we don't put our money together and move back and make change, who will? All the youth, whether you're Somalian, Eritrean, Ethiopian, Tanzanian, Uganda, Kenyan, like West Africa, whatever, right? All of us, we need to take the knowledge that we have here in the West and take it back and build our continent, because we've got everything there. It's good to say we're here and we're talking about it. It's good. That's where the conversation starts from, which is really great, because a lot of people are not aware of these things. You have to dig a little bit. You have to research a little bit and read a little bit more. But history has been distorted to their advantage, not to our advantage. Because if you're in power, you're not going to give the, you know, whoever you're in charge of, you're not going to allow them to speak and take control of the power. It's whoever's in power is going to distort to their advantage, the story that they tell. But we have to do our own, just like this channel, which is doing such an amazing, bringing us together. We may see not a lot of people being in the channel day to day, but it's creating a big impact, in my opinion. Because if I hear something and I learn something and I share it with my family members or my friends here, it's also, you know, they might not change their mindset right away, but it might take, you know, a little bit, but it's there. It's getting started, you know. Here, the way I contribute, where I'm at, everywhere I go, whether it's a family function, friends, you know, anybody who gives me a chance, I speak about Africa. And I use my personal experience. I work with Africans, you know, even with my personal, my workplace, right? I have my own business. So whenever I have to hire somebody to connect, you know, a job or something, I always look for Africans first. I don't care. And I'm not ashamed of it. Whether it's a lawyer that I'm looking for, whether it's something, I always try to find my people first. And if I can't, then I'll move to others. I always put my people first. Was I always like that? No. But when I started to know more, to know myself more, to know the history more, I appreciate where I come from. I appreciate our history, you know. So then I try to empower others. I don't know everything. I'm learning as I go, but I put my people first. So if we even do it on a day-to-day basis, that's where it starts. And we gotta love ourselves first. And that's why I say, I always say, I always say before religion, before anything else, tribe, I'm an African first. I believe in God. I'm a strong believer in God. Doesn't mean I don't believe in God. I'm a very strong believer in God, right? But that's where it stops. But below that, I just believe in the Most High because He has everything. We're also spiritual people. We should not be ashamed of our true culture, our spiritual ways. We're connected to nature, we understand nature, we work with nature, we don't destroy nature. We get our even herbal medicines back in the days. I remember like with my grandmother back a few years back, like way back, right? God rest her soul, she's passed, but she was a midwife and she would do everything with like everything herbal, like everything. If there's like any sickness, it's some sort of herbal, like the natural way. She wasn't taught in Western medicine, but the African medicine, and that was good, And these Western medicine too, they use our herbal medicine. They use it to profit, and they sell it back to us. You see, so we have to wake up. It doesn't mean everything Western is good. We have to. There are some stuff, of course, advanced. There's in everything, right? There's a balance, but we have to appreciate where we come from, what we have back in Africa. And no one's going to build it for us because everyone else is going. Every other nation, they're going there to build, make money, and go build their own country. Chinese are coming there. They're building. They're over, over a few weeks, they're becoming, they're making a huge profit. And they're taking that money. They're not building in Africa. They're taking that back to China to build their own country. Even here, the Chinese, like I'm in Canada, but like the way people build here, like the community, I see the Indians, the Chinese, they stick together. And wherever they go, why can't we do the same? So why can't we do the same? Whether you're Habesha, whether you're Somali, whatever, right? Don't look at the other Black person differently. They may not know better, but if you know better, they can learn from you. Because we've been brainwashed for too long.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. So thank you for allowing me to talk.
Thank you, Sanity. It's always a pleasure. And I always see you in the comment section, and I see you now and then. And it's always nice when you also join on the live streams. It's been a while since I've seen you on the live streams, but I see you a lot of times. And I just want to give Malenga Msiska, then I'll come back to Awa. Malenga.
Yes, hello guys. How are you?
Welcome. We are good. We are happy. We are thinking of 2022. We are planning. What have you got? What was your highlight for this year? And your wish for Africa in 2022?
Yes, 2021 has been with a lot of stuff happening, and thank to God that we are finishing it. I hope the rest of the people also, we have to go together in 2022, and 2022 is going to be an exciting year. And yes, and I'm looking at you've been talking about the review about what can we look into 2022, what can we bring in 2022. I just want to comment on Sister Deborah and Sister Ewo, and I'll finish commenting about the other sister, because the three sisters, they've touched good topics about how we should look Africa and start from next year, 2022. I think Sister Deborah should touch about the African Union and the America that doesn't care about Africa. It's about them. So we really need to focus and look into that, into those kind of issues. And my opinion is, I've highlighted last time when I spoke on your channel that African Union doesn't exist. African Union is for United Nations and EU. That's their branch in Africa. So they will never do anything to advance the interests of Africans. They can give us their money, but will never advance. So yeah, we need to start looking into the future. What can we do on ourselves I know a lot of people, they raise the issue about money. I don't think money is the biggest issue here, because what I'm looking at is, I've been looking into like the way the world is run. And when you look behind the United Nations, the people who formed the United Nations, you look at the world is not run by only politics. The world is run by spiritual. Because if you look at the United Nations also, it is formed like that. And then they've got symbols outside United Nations where they put a sculpture of their goddesses. I think those are the Greek goddesses. People can do research on that. And look at the people who fund the biggest funder of United Nations, like people like Rockefellers, Teddy Turner, the owner of CNN. These are the big funders. So in 2022, we need to really start asking questions about how are we running our politics? Is it only politics, or we have to look things the way we run our government in a spiritual way? Because the world is not running only by politics. And I would like to comment about the sister, the last point where what she talked about this organization like WTO, like the lady who's been appointed there. Why are we celebrating that? Yeah, the leader who's appointed is an African. What has she done to Africa? What benefit did she bring to Africa? You see, so and she raised the question there. There's a lot of people they question that, or myself, I look into WTO, who own it? Who are the people who fund these things? So these are the conversations we need to take in 2022, and we really need to be looking deeper and scrutinize all this stuff. And rather than celebrating them that, oh, they've appointed a black person to be a leader, and WTO, WHO, or they appointed a black person to be a leader. And who are these people really? If we do research behind them to understand. And I think this is the way we should go ahead. And I think from there, and we can start changing our conversation and the way we look at things. But mainly, my point is about we should really look at how are we running our affairs. Is it spiritual or political way, or just a religious way? How, because the world is not run by only politics. And the way I'm looking at the world is run spiritually. Yeah, I'll let other people to jump in on that.
Malenga, I'm not okay. I don't know if Awa, you wanna respond back to what Malenga was saying regarding some of the points you also raised and his points, and who else? I think Senu as well. If you wanna respond back to Malenga, I'll go to Awa first, and then we'll go to Senu T.
I'm going first?
Yes, Awa.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, before we talk about the world stage, I think we need to look at our personal capabilities, right? If you build your capabilities, then you will be able to participate in the world stage. That's how the world works. There are, you know, we all believe in God, I think here, and I think you need to have faith, but God also says with faith you have to put in action. And so the reason why God gave us all of our faculties is to pray to God and to have a spiritual connection with God, but also to use those those skills and talents that we each have towards building our capability. So as a collective, so I that's what I would respond back to the brother. I think yes, spirituality and also you know, our capabilities go hand in hand. You can't have one or the other, right?
Okay.
I don't know if anybody wants to add to that.
Yeah. Before I go to Seniti again, I just want to welcome Achu. He's been coming in and logging out a lot, struggling to connect. Can you hear us, Achu? Achu? Can you hear us, Achu? Can you hear us, Achu?
That means I'm not the only one that's in and out.
Yeah, not the only one. Achu's been in and out. He just read out. So I'm just gonna give Seniti the opportunity to also just respond, and also your highlight for this year 2021, and things also, guys, things that you think we should improve on. We hearing all the positive things that you guys are telling us, but also as a channel, tell us things, that suggestions. We need suggestions, and criticize us, critique us if there's other things that we lacking on or we need to improve. We're not gonna be dictated and say we're shutting you off and things like that, or we take you to prison. So criticize us, tell us where to improve, things that you enjoyed most, and what to add more, and topics to cover more, things like that. Please give us suggestions. We also need that as well as a channel to get better. Start with you, Seniti.
Thank you. Okay, just to respond back to the previous gentleman and the girl as well, the lady spoke. So he's just reiterating what I was saying, which is, we need to question all these organizations that are question and know who they are, whose interests are they playing, right? We can't just, I understand a lot of people say pray. Yeah, we've been praying for the last 60, 70 years since colonization. And where has that got us? I'm not against praying. I'm a strong believer in God, but at the same time, God gives you the power to, he gives you opportunities, and then use that opportunity to make change. If I just sit in my room and pray, we have to, and history will show what has that done. What has that done for Africa? They brought us the Bible. Okay, we've been praying, and where is Africa now? So we got to go beyond that now. I'm not saying forget your God or whoever you believe in, but we got to take action. We got to do the hard work. We got to be able to do what we say, So, for example, even if you can't, not everyone can come to Africa, right? Not everyone can move back to Africa, and we don't want everyone anyways. Unless you have an interest, the best interest for Africa and the best interest for the people of Africa and the continent. If you don't have that kind of mindset, stay where you're at, bluntly, right? So everyone can do different things from wherever they're at, whether it's donating, or whether it's sharing ideas, teaching your children where they come from, so they're not lost in the West, or lost in the Western culture that's not ours, So our culture is very rich, and we should be very, very proud of it, whether it's Nigerian, whether it's Eritrean, Ethiopian, whatever it is. Our culture, is deeply rooted with family. We care for each other. If I say this wrong, please forgive me. Ubuntu, say Ubuntu or Ubuntu. Sorry, there's a proper way of saying it. coming together, right? That word. So that's in every culture, in every African culture, right? So I just believe that we need to take action together. We need to, not just say these things, but also do. And then also, like, all these organizations, like, whether it's WHO, whether it's the United Nations, African Union has been hijacked. They're not really for Africans. The guy that's head of the African Union, I forgot his name, he's the French puppet. He just does what the French tells him to do. They're not for us. They're totally silent when there's so many issues happening in Africa. So we need the youth to be activated. And I think in 2022 and beyond, and how the Swahili nation can also, suggestion, as you ask, is to have representatives from every country in Africa, like a youth who is, Pan-African mindset. Having like a youth represent from each country and then activating those youth in that location, right? I don't know, something like that. So that way we're all aware, of what's going on. We have a connection. So that way, what's going on, who's what doing what in that nation, And then how do we help in the West? We can help fund, whatever you can give, right? So that's something that we can, if individually cannot travel to Africa or go there, invest, create jobs. Don't go there to looking for a job. You have to create jobs, So start a business. You can start as little as, 5,000, something small, and go up, even with $1,000, right? So there's stuff, depending what you want to do. There's so many opportunities. Just be open-minded. Don't let the roads, because the roads are not done completely. I know there's a lot of blocks happening because of the colonization. It's been like that for so long. But I think if we go and we speak out and we demand change slowly, it will happen even faster if we all go and put our money into it, right? So, but we really, really need to question these. Don't fall for, if you see a Black person on, on some organization, because who owns that organization? That is so key. We don't own it. Black people don't own it. So they're just being told what to do. So let's not get too excited when we see our own, whether even same thing in the US, where I follow the politics very closely. You have the Democrat, you have the Republican. Really, there's somebody that's pulling both strings. So it doesn't even matter whether you go Democrat or Republican. They're all the same. So, and they have a bigger agenda to achieve something, right? And so, and who's left behind? It's always the Black people. Always. So we need to like really, really stick together. If you look, Black people all around the world, they're always in disadvantage. Why should we be the second citizen when we are the original people of this world? When everything started from Africa. But because history has been distorted and we've been lied to, we think whiteness or white organization is the way to go, or they're the successful, so we should follow them. No. That's not the case. But if we know our history, if we know where we came from, that's why it's important to know our history. And I think if we can touch on that on this channel as well, so people can be aware, then I think people would value it more. If they know where they're from, I think it would be more meaningful as well. Because yes, we want all this great thing for Africa, but how do we go about it? We need to break the barriers, all the tribal barriers, all that nonsense. Still appreciate where you're from in your tribe, but that shouldn't be the first thing on the list, So like whether it's tribe or religion, that should be secondary. That's your individual thing. We all believe in God, right? That's great. And there are some people that are atheists too, but that should be your personal choice, personal between you and God, between you, whatever, right? But as a nation, as a people, let's put ourselves first together, like us first, like Africa first, building. No one else will do it for us. Otherwise, if we don't act like that, if we don't change our mindset, we will be colonized again, and that's what it's looking to be. That's where they're trying to. That's where there's a scramble for Africa. Turkey had their own summit. The Chinese had their summit. The Russians had their summit. The Americans had their summit. The Europeans have their summit. The French had their summit. They brought the youth. They didn't even make the government. They brought the youth to talk about the issues. The nerve of the French. You see, because we allow them to. So we have everything that they did. All these, even these high-end brand names, whether they're like Gucci, Fendi, all these, I never buy anything from them. Even if I had the money, I would never buy anything from them. Never. Because why would I continue making them rich? Their ideas were stolen from West Africa. If you look into it, right? The designs, the symbols that they use, they were used from West Africa. You see, in the 1920s, 1930s, all these companies were established at that time, during those times. So everything originates from us, but we don't know. When we see it, because we don't know our history. Our history has been demolished, has been erased. So if we know, then we would value it more. Even now, look at socially, look at these women, even these white women, they want to look like black. They're getting their butts done. They're getting their lips injected to have it thicken like us. So what does that tell you? So we have to love and appreciate ourselves. It goes back to that again. And loving our roots and where we're from, our culture. Let's not put tribal religion before our Africanism. And I think it will go far if we think like that.
Okay. I'm just going to also do, thank you very much, Senu. I'm just going to play another video, another snippet of one of our live stream that we did. The topic was, there's no developed countries, there's only developing countries. That was the topic of that stream. I'm just going to play this, and you guys can just refresh your memories with this some of this.
Because this kind of mindset is in our mind a lot. Because when I look at first of all, there's no developed country. This is just my opinion. All countries are developing countries. I think this is the first place where the world started to create a little bit of division. That you have third world country, and you have, I hate this analogy. You have first world countries. Like Mika, you came from first world countries, you're going to third world countries. This analogy actually makes people to disrespect Africa. Because third world country, who wants to go to third world country? I want to go to the first world country or the second, but not third. We're like at the bottom there. And not only that, they say, these are developed country and these are developing country. But all countries, they want to develop. If they are developed country, what are they doing right now with economies? Why they are constantly want to, take away things from developing country in order to develop their country? If they're developed, why are they doing that? So it doesn't really make sense. But these are kind of how can I say? They're messing up with psychology. They're messing up with how we see ourselves. So we reach the point where we're like, we are developing. We should look at developed country, what they did and what they're doing. We're a third world country. We should look up to the first world country. There's no first world country. All those processes, they are making them from themselves. I'm saying Africa is the first world country too. We have so much richness in culture, in all these other levels. So I hate this analogy that they make it like they force us to think that Africa is somewhere down there. And the only way for us to achieve what we're doing is doing what they did to be where they are, which is not true, or to adapt to the ethics, to adapt to the moral standards, to adapt to the values that they have, they embedded for themselves. For us, we have to follow that to be where they want to be. We have a different journey. my journey and Ezra from SA and Ezra right here, it's different. Our journey is different. We are all living right now. We are all doing One Africa Forum, but we go into the different path. We don't even know where God is bringing us to. So the journey that all these countries they went through, it doesn't mean that journey we have to take it. It doesn't mean that we have to look up to that. We have our own values, we have our own beliefs, and we should always stick to that. We should always believe in ourselves. We should always believe that we are developing country is not lesser than developed country. There's no developed country. That's one thing we should get out of our mind. There's no such a thing. There's no such a thing as the first world country, and there's no such a thing. We should keep that in our mind to build up the confidence, to build up that how can I say, awareness that, you know what, we are able, we can do, we are capable, and what we do, we're on the right track. And if we want to get rid of something, we can actually do it. Yes, it will take time. Yes, it will take a lot of dedication, but we can do impossible things that other people they were not able to do it, because we are not alone. We are with God, and we have that determination, and we can get it done slowly and but sure. We can get there. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say before I let you guys say your final words.
So this is just some of the snippet that I took, and I don't know if you can see the fire in His Excellency the Mika. I need to show him this clip again and say, you know what, I used to. Biggie, is something that you wanna comment regarding one of the topics that we had about there's no it was about there's no developing country, there's no developed country, but they are developing. We are all developing countries, because even the so-called developed countries, they are forever building. They're also trying to innovate and all those things.
Yeah, they just want to suck us in the mental issue, you know, suck you in that you're a third world country. So it's like, yeah, I'm a third world country, and you sit on it, and you're always gonna be thinking, oh, you know, I've been labeled a third world country, because really there's no definition quite that says, okay, you know, developing and versus developed, you know. One is already done. That means they reach their height, and then there's another one that's developing. So that what His Excellency Mika said. You know, there's no such difference, because everybody is trying to develop whatever they have in their hand. Everything that they want to show is improving your day-to-day lives, improving economy, improving a way of doing. There's a lot of things that Africa did. We even, at least, you know, just give us the credit that they came into my continent, and while you're extracting, you know, who you work with, you know, you work with the local, and you're gonna call them undeveloped and developed because they show you what the mines are. They've been mining it before on the small scale, and they came in with a big machine. And guess what? That big machine we can operate, because it's instant. You're learning, you see. But it was a down to Africa, looking down like we are the third world country. But I hope all Africans, my brothers and sisters, you're not thinking that way. We are gonna get our Africa on top. Can you imagine in this conversation, let's say United States, with all the rules, with their laws and everything, extend that to Africa. You know, think about it. If you really want to help, you have to treat us the same way you're treating your American people. Do they do that? No. So right there, there's a disconnect. Whatever they apply in inside the United States, all the laws, all the humanity, being human and respect, Just those small basics, if they extended to Africa, Africa would have been the number one loyal country toward America. But no, it's very, they call it foreign policy. And this is foreign policy. So for me, a foreigner, you know, he comes from abroad, he comes to my house, I give him the best of hospitality. But the foreigner that comes from there is more hostile toward me because he's got his own personal interests. But me, here I am, I'm welcoming him. And that's exactly what Africa did. By welcoming them, they became the enemy. They slaved us. They took all our resources. No, we're not gonna, no more. We're not gonna dwell on that because we are better people now. You know, if you notice, there's a bigger events that are going on in Africa this year because of Ethiopian war. Africa never been moved around, even though we spoke about it. We see different networks talking about different issues in Africa, but the minute that Ethiopia was touched, if you ever notice, everything became in light. Everything became critical. Everything we see, wow, you know, we are experiencing another Libya in the making. And, you know, they've done it in Libya, very easy to do so, but we learned from that. And the more we connected throughout all the networks, regardless of the fake news, okay, unfortunately, a lot of people listen to Al Jazeera, they listen to BBC, CNN, and they told them to get out of the country. Now they're out of the country. You think they're going to come back that easy? No, I don't think so. Because it didn't stand with us while you were there. Now we're still getting a warning for all Ethiopians that are traveling to Ethiopia not to travel because it's still unstable. So they still have the idea they can still reverse this. So they get equation, say, hey, you know, if you do a little bit on Somalia, we do this. So we are aware, okay? And the other comment that I would say to my dear sister is that prayer is what kept whatever that's left in Africa. All our forefathers, mothers, they've been praying for this day, for our unity. Here we are, because Xavier is not going to give you something that he don't work for, okay? One, you got to be true to yourself. The other thing is you have to synchronize yourself toward others on what they do. Prayer is the number one thing that gets this whole world going. Regardless how many prays, is we are in sync for the same goal. That's what the power of praying. And I can give you several examples on what happened to certain things in their lives on the ground. So I always put Xavier here first. He's going to deal with it. But at the same time, I ask him, my prayers, one of the things is show me, guide me, you're in front of me. That is the belief of prayers. So if we're going to give up on prayers, that means we're not listening to Xavier. We're not listening to him. Because when you pray, you got to sit down, be quiet, and listen what funnels through you, because you sincerely prayed to what you want to make in this world. So prayer is number one. And the other thing is you got to show action. Your action is going to have to be in synchronous of what is being given you as a direction. Because I'll tell you one thing, you go to Ethiopia, we have places, the only thing they do is pray, not just for the country, for the whole world. Because we got so much evil that's going on in the world. And I have evidence after evidence, and there's a lot of documentation that's been out there why they don't pray. It's like going, how come this guy's not praying for his country? No, he dedicated his life for the world. fighting the evil. So prayers really are something that don't give up on praying, but you have to be in synchronous. You have to be one inside of you. You got to be selfless, not only just the ego that's going to push you. Oh, I want it to be this happen. No, you leave the ego alone and pray and get in synchronous to transcend all the love you got in your heart to the world. My love doesn't discriminate for your religion, origin, or anything else. As long you are created by the Father, I respect every single human being. I don't care if it's white, black, doesn't matter. The color is something for us to appreciate. Diversity. Even Xavier knows diversity. So we got all these colors. But it's just the way certain colors comes in and the way they discriminate against another color. So our prayer should be to make all human color blind when it comes to humanity, not by your color. So this is one thing that I added to your comment. I really appreciate your comment. You have a great lot of topics that you brought in, but prayer is one thing that I always encourage everybody to understand prayers and how to pray, how to listen, because you got to give time for you to hear from the Father. He will give you instruction that are inside. The more passionate, the more faith you have, and you listen, you will get direction. I guarantee you, all my prayers so far, thank God, there are few that I need to achieve, but a lot of the life that I live is because of grace to Him. And I learned during my age, as I grow older, I start understanding how to pray, how to listen to Him. It's not always demanding, but sometimes you have to praise Him. You have to say, thank you for granting me this life. Thank you for me to exist, to be able to have this breathing with all these viruses that's going on. Here we are in here. We're so grateful that we prayed. All of you that came here from one point or the other, you prayed, and we are on this platform talking about it. This is a blessing. So keep on praying and give time for His response.
Biggie, I think somebody has a question for you here. I think Yosef says, Biggie, what about determination? And I think Senitu wants to also respond to you. I don't know if you want to answer this, or should you you want to hear what Senitu has to say first before you respond to?
Yeah, let me hear.
Okay, Senitu, welcome back. I think you wanted to say something. Biggie is listening.
Thank you. Yeah. I just wanted to respond to my brother here in regards to the prayer. I know this is it could be sensitive for some people, but nothing's wrong with prayers. I just want to reiterate that, like, praying is, being connected to your God, to your spiritual being. There's nothing wrong with that. But looking at Africa the way it is, you got to see how many churches and mosques is in each country. There's more mosque, there's more churches than educational institution, trade school. Like, I just want to ask the listeners and us here discussing, just think about that, right? So this was by design. So we go, we all go to churches, the priest, we give them money. They some, like, even in the US, even in South Africa, other parts in Africa, the priests, they have the most beautiful home, the most expensive car. We're giving money, right? When we go in, and where's that money going, right? So we got to look at the the institution, the churches, like we raise our children to go to church. We raise our kids. Yes, go pray, go, you know, all this stuff. Where is that taking us? I'm not saying there's a difference, right? So it's one thing to be, you know, connect with God. Again, I was raised an Orthodox, you know, growing up, right? I'm a strong believer in God. Again, I pray, you know, whether, you know, I'm connected to God regardless, right? So without God, of course, we wouldn't be here. But that's not, I wouldn't want to focus only on that. Yes, we have a God, but we need to go beyond that. Prayers, God is not like you praying for everything. Okay, I've been praying for God to wake up and stop hunger, world hunger all around the world. I've been praying to God, how are these powerful beings destroying Africa and taking all these resources, and while our people are like suffering? Where's the God in there? Where's God? Right? So I'm just saying, like, we have to be realistic, and it's okay to ask questions and question things, right? So to me, all these religion, all, you know, to each his own. I'm not judging anybody, but for me, that's just a gimmick, ways to make money, ways to fool people. Because where is that getting you? Like, you're giving money, and how is a priest, like, who's head of the priest of a church, how is he like living so lavishly, has the most expensive car? Is it a business, or is it really like a place to pray and do good for others who are not doing well? At some point, there's a disconnect.
I think
right.
I see what Jonathan is saying, that this is just a special topic that we're gonna have, because I think
so. It's a very big, vast topic. Yeah.
I also have answers for you, which I think I will answer some of them once we have that topic. And I think Big is still struggling to connect currently. If you can see there, it says device not connected. And I know Malenga wanted to jump in. I don't know if he has a question or something to add or something like that. But Malenga, the floor is yours, brother.
Yes, I just want to add on because I listened to the sister and I listened to Biggie. Because I brought this conversation about the spirituality, how we should look things in 2022. We should go beyond the politics or religion, because the way I understand it in myself, the way I've been re-educating myself, I start looking, because there's spirituality, I think spirituality is above religion. I was reading the pillar of Christianity in Ethiopia. This book. This is the book which I start looking into Ethiopia very deep to understand what the history behind it, because I've never learned this history in school. So when I started, Africa before was the spirituality. In spirituality, you practice what is in you, and either you want to worship the tree, or you want to worship the river, or you want to worship the sun, which has been called Ra, or anything you worship which you understand God has created. Because in that thing, that's why they call it deity. Because that thing there, when you're looking at a tree, you look at a tree, you say, what is behind that tree? You start questioning those kind of questions. So I'm not saying people they shouldn't pray, but my understanding of prayer is, what is a prayer? As Biggie mentioned, he touched there, you have to pray, but with a purpose. And that purpose, that some people pray, they call it meditation. When you're doing that meditation, you have the purpose. Or you want the world to be in peace, or you want people to be, or you want someone to get healed, all those kind of things. But so once you reach that level where you meditate, you're asking for that, the universe answer back. Because that's the time you're connecting with the universe. You're asking the universe, which is God, the infinity. which we can't describe who's God. And so what I was trying to bring this conversation is because when I start reading about history and the way things are run, and I start questioning what is behind all this mythology, like the Greek mythology and Ethiopian mythology, Hindu mythology, and you look all of them and then you find that, okay, why did the Greeks they came to Ethiopia and learn about spirituality? Why did they come down here? And that's why now that's start questioning. When I start questioning this, and then you start digging more deeper into people like Pythagoras, who they came to study in Egypt for 22 years. And now you see the same structure of Pythagoras is the one which they are running Europe. The philosophy of Pythagoras is running the European. And for example, the Europe name is the Europa, the goddesses. So all these are the questions which we need to start looking deeper, because religion, as the sisters say there, it's about the rules you follow. Someone creates a church, he makes his own rules, and then people following those rules, and then they pay all this money, and then you see this money is enriching one person, and that money is not helping people on the ground, but the same people, they are starving, and then somebody is saving that 10%, and is going to give it. But so if you look at, when I start looking at the spiritual, I start looking different way things like, I practice what I feel in me. I'm not judging anybody, either you're a Muslim, you're Hindu, whoever. I can have a conversation with you, with your religion. I can learn more about you. So that's about, so what I'm trying to say in Africa, I think on this platform, if we can start introducing this topic, we need to start looking at what is it running? What is our structure of the government? What is our leaders? Because we got a lot of leaders who are religious. They pray every day. Look at, for example, Malawi. We got a leader who's a pastor. Okay, so is the country doing well? People, they're crying now about things the inflation is rocketing high. But we've got somebody, they go every day to pray. I don't know, last time they're anointing someone to be a leader of the church and all those kind of things. You fall, and then you look at it, and sometimes you ask yourself question, what is going on really here?
I think, Malenga, I think this topic is really just, I don't think for tonight we can continue with it, because I think now we are out of really the main thing for tonight. I think we are going to have a conversation next year that we can speak about these things, and also differentiate between religion, spirituality, and all those things. I think we will have a topic, as Yana said, that I think is just a whole topic altogether. For us tonight, what I want us to focus on, and for some who might say maybe he's a Christian, he's running away from it, I've got answers for all your questions, and I'm not afraid. I will be here. I'll even host it if possible, and I can answer all the questions that you guys raised. And that's why I'm saying I'm promising a show that we can have next year, and then we can speak about all these things, the differences, because I think some people, they mix religion. Religion is how people describe the spirituality, but it's people that are spiritual, they understand the difference. But anyway,
can I just I agree with you, because what we are discussing here is beyond, and then because either we can discuss another day or today, it's the same thing. But what I'm trying to say is we have to look at the things beyond religion, beyond the spirituality, because that's how the people who are running this government, the people who are running the world, they are beyond this. They've got advisors who go beyond this. So as you say that, yes, we can have another day to have this conversation, but still we're going to be going in a cycle. Every time we're going to be going in a cycle. The law, that's why there's a law of the cycle, where things begin, they end there. So I appreciate you that you're going to introduce another subject for this, but we really need to think about what is next year. How am I going to approach the next year? because the people who are running this world, they think beyond the religion. Thank you.
And also, I think just to remove the what I sometimes, people believe that everyone who's praying is poor and oppressed. There are people who are living well, who pray, and they do get answers. As Biggie said as well, that he knows that most for his life, since he has lived and he's been praying and he has seen results. So sometimes I think we need to understand the difference between the two people, that those who are struggling to get maybe their answers and those who are seeing results. And others, you might think they are not getting results. They might be getting other results and waiting for others. But anyway, topic for another day. Malenga, what has been your what's this? A highlight for this year? Either a show, either something that happened in general in the continent or in the world?
Well, the highlight has been the war in Ethiopia, which has been, and which is the war which started, I think, is it 2 years ago or 1 year ago? Because I think this war started a long time ago, because I kind of predicted it, and I've got a family in Ethiopia, and we've been having conversation about this, and yeah, I'll say that's the main thing which has been for the past, and because the way I'm looking at it, so how can we prevent it in the future? So that's the thing we need to discuss, because it's a cycle. We've been there 20 years ago, 21 years, from 1991, and now here 2021, back again in Ethiopia, we are in a conflict again. So how are we going to break this cycle? That's where we need it, and that's where I'm really putting emphasis on touching beyond the religion. I know the Ethiopians, they are religious people, but there's more in Ethiopia, spiritual, which I've been looking into it, and I'm more interested to go and learn about spiritual from Ethiopia. There is more to learn from Ethiopia, and that's why they don't want Ethiopia to be in peace, because it's a mother of spirituality. Thank you, guys. Have a good night, and
thank you really for what you said. And to tell you honestly, there's a lot more that's going on spiritually in Ethiopia, and they've seen it. They're practicing it. They're fighting the evil forces, and that is something that you have to go and look for yourself on how these people really left everything but just being in that trance of unity with the Creator, with Executive. So you're right. There's a lot of there are books, and some of the books were stolen from Ethiopia. These are the knowledge books that's been stolen one way or the other. They come in to learn, and the next thing you know, they took the books, like the book of Enoch. It's a big book. There's a lot of things a lot of information in it, and it got translated. Of course, they stole it.
Yeah.
But the good thing is, in the old days when they write a book, they don't have a copy machine. These are handwritten text. And yeah, there's a lot more deeper when it comes to we are spiritual beings. We're not just the physical body that we have, and that's the synchronous that you need to be along with the rest that's been created around you, all the animals, all these flowers, plants, everything, the air, the sea, everything. We are interconnected, and it's there. It's written in the Bible with just pieces. There are more things that are really beyond for me to explain to you, but I kind of tapped into it, and I enjoy it, because it keeps me free. I understand my spirit, and I'm always grateful to it. And then I see it. In fact, there are messages that I get And that's one thing that I want to share. Every time that I come into this panel, I share my experience. And one of the things that for the end of this year, I would say purge every negative thought that you have, all the fear that you have, and you'll be a better person next year. Stop purging it. Be your selfishness, purge it. It's not good for you, and it's not good for anybody else. You're being thinking just for the ego's sake to show off. Purge that. It's not needed. You have to promote a selfless soul, a spirit that's beyond the flesh you have, because our flesh is the one that's going to really turn against us and against each other, let's say, because of the flesh need. But the spirituality is there because really, if you don't have the flesh, you're always being born with that spirit in your spirit. You always have that spirit. That's one thing that I just add a little bit. But when the topic comes about religion and all that, I'll be much ready to explain certain things that I experienced myself. It's a beautiful thing. And here I am on this platform, even to be here. It's a guide. I've been guided. I'm here. And I'll tell you my vision.
Thank you, Biggie. Also, be here. It will be a very interesting topic. Stay tuned. In the coming year, we will have this topic also be joining. And I think Jonathan wanted to say something or add something. Jonathan?
Yeah, it's definitely not about religion because, like everybody has been saying, I think it needs its own session or sessions. I think what Sanu was talking about earlier is kind of conflating certain religious apparatus, especially in the West, of corruption and all of that, which is definitely not what religion, or at least, relationship between God and people is for most of Africa. So anyway, that was all I was going to say about religion. So no, I thought, you had said, okay, looking forward, this is definitely not a speech or criticism about us. But you said, what do you suggest and all of this stuff? And these are not any new things that I probably haven't suggested already in the chat. But, I think just from the last 2-3 months, I've seen the evolution of Swahili Nation and its programming has become more formulated, I guess you would say. I think you definitely need these sessions where they're just open. My people just come and discuss and all of that. But if we could have some kind of, and I've seen this in the last several weeks, especially that you began to do this, which you already have a theme and people are come ready to talk about that ahead of time. Of course, you have, breaking news like with the Somalia situation where it just kind of happened and you had 2 days of it, which was amazing. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is to have a little bit more of a more programmed theme. So I remember when I forgot his name came and did that amazing presentation about health and pregnancy. That was with a presentation on all of that. That was really informative and it's helpful. So I think that would be good.
We're going to have more. Sorry to cut you there. We are going to have more topics on health as well, and that's there's more topics that we're going to have. That's why I said even then that the movement is not about politics only. It's about everything. Because I remember when we had it's Fentahan, by the way, his name.
Yes,
when
Fentahan,
he came and spoke about it, some people was like, I don't get this woman, and and some people were kind of negative in the beginning, and I think maybe they were expecting who's fighting who, what must we do, and now it was about learning health. That's something that's good for us. We're gonna talk about prostate cancer. We're gonna talk about everything because a man, as human beings, we are not just made of the politics and stuff. There's health that we need to have in good. We need to be in good health. We need so many things. money. We're going to talk about money in the coming year. So every topic that affects us as human beings, as Africans, we want to have a conversation.
I agree, and I think that's great. But the point I was trying to make actually is exactly that. So maybe Saturdays is when you cover certain topics, so that way people already have an idea of when things are happening. I come and join no matter what. I remember for the health part, I think Biggie. I don't have kids, but his experience and what he talked about with his own personal stuff was very helpful as I plan those kind of things, hopefully in the future. But so yeah, I think it's great. But again, keeping it kind of systematically programmed will make it easier for people to also come prepared to talk about certain things, because sometimes, you know, we do need to be informed before we speak. And that's helpful. That's just one suggestion. The other one is actually much bigger. You know, I understand that the Swahili Nation and this platform kind of started out, I guess you could say, almost like a media platform, but it was definitely underpinned and you could say even driven to its existence because of a movement, right? And especially with a lot of the youth that haven't had a voice. So I'm hoping, and I definitely think it's feasible. I've done a lot of conferences in academia the last couple of years because of COVID, where it's definitely online, is to actually hold some kind of a summit or conference and host it, where you have different sections where people have, you know, people that are interested in any whatever topic or region can come and actually have conversations. And much more, in depth, right? And then eventually actually practice that as in almost like I guess you would say a statement or an action plan would come out of that. So basically, a conference is what I'm talking about, and because we're all over the place, I envision it personally as something that could be done online. Definitely willing to help on that because I've. Fortunately or unfortunately, since we're not doing a lot of those things physically anymore, I've kind of gotten used to how that works to the online delivery. So I hope to see that, a One Africa conference, well planned out, definitely speakers that are in government, outside of government, and people that are just knowledgeable about specific topics to really have more in-depth conversations, but more than conversations, to come up with an action plan of. So I hope that I get to see you guys doing that sometime in 2022. And whatever else help that you guys need, obviously I'm a member, but there are a lot of people here that I chat along with on the side that are not necessarily members, but that definitely are supporting, go through, attending, discussing, but also giving support, financial support on that side, is to engage them more and to find a way to kind of incorporate them in a outside of the actual live chats some other way. I know that you have the WhatsApp group and all of that, but so those are my suggestions. But again, I always come and say thank you, because with what has been happening in East Africa this year, I think we all could not trust anything. We had to find some kind of way to find information, but also put out our frustration. So thank you.
So, Yellowton, I don't know what's happening with your mic, whether it's up close or what, but it's been getting sort of a feed.
It's static. It's static.
Yeah.
Static? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing is I'm trying to talk slow because I have my earpiece on. It tends to pick up my voice really loud, so I was trying to avoid that. I don't know if it's still doing it or not. But
we heard you for the most of it. I don't know.
Okay, but you get the point. So I'm done anyway. So hopefully you heard what I had to say.
Yeah.
But so that's all my suggestions.
No, the conference is coming, by the way. It might be sooner than later. So yeah, it will be interesting. But we are, going to have all these things. Obviously, we need to put in structures. With such a conference where we need panels, or we have guests and stuff, that needs an organization. Hence, the more we do tours of different countries, then that's going to be much easier or once we have a structure, a studio or something like that, then it's going to be easy for us to have such things where we can say once a month we have a conference either in country X, another month we're doing it in another place, or every second week, depending on the infrastructure that we will have acquired by then. Then certain things will be easy to do. But once we have a studio, then certain you can literally have a panel and have just a few participants in it, unlike having something very, very big, you know. So, but those things are also in the plans. But yeah, we just need to have a proper structure, venues, and have the right equipment, the resources to do remote sessions and stuff.
Sounds good. I'm here to support anytime. So
Definitely, Israel, like is summing it up for me the way I'm looking at it. 2022, we're gonna be better plans, better goals, and actions, and that's one of the things that we want to have more action on the ground and have better information system, so everybody in Africa is aware. Everybody will get a little breaking news, and we tell it the way it is on the ground, making sure we get our fact checked, and that information is going to be something that's going to really bring us together. And different courses, different like health, like healthcare, like agriculture. Don't forget agriculture, because there's a lot of people that need to know about certain part of the agriculture, because that's the way we need to feed our people. I'll see a lot more technology. I'll see more on the growth when it comes to the economy, what's hurting, where, what, and that will be another different topics. And this will be a great year coming. And for those of you that had this year that participated and looking forward next year, I wish you health and well-being and all my love to all of you.
Thank you very much, Biggie. Somebody that we didn't even give attention to today is Josie. Josie.
Yes, yes.
Joseph, how are you?
No,
Teacher. This is
I'm
Teacher
very well.
Josie. Biggie, sorry, Josie.
No,
This
no.
is Teacher Josie.
Josie is enough. Don't worry, please. That is enough. No, actually, it was an interesting discussion. I've been watching outside, and I asked it a question about determination, and then I entered in. Actually, it was very good. I didn't come very soon or early on time, and I missed some parts of the discussion. But I tried to have a look at what was being said, and the arguments, the discussions were very interesting for me. And Nathaniel has already put what is to be done with that. It should be raised as a topic in the future, he said. That is a very interesting point. And I feel like that, actually, particularly there are some sensitive parts of us. These are something like ethnicity, what you have been calling Gosa, whatever, religious matters, and such things are sensitive, and some people make us busy to discuss, to insult each other, to argue against each other regarding issues of ethnicity and religion, and you remember what was going on mass medias, social medias in last 2 or 3 months. People are seen insulting each other and arguing each other. They are observed making decision on the person whom they don't know. And I think it should be a topic some other time. But our sister, I think Brooke or Bumnet, I'm sorry, I forgot her name, has put a great point. A great point. Don't confuse God and religion, she said. Actually, faith and religion are different things. Faith and religion, people confuse like that, and they don't know religion is something like a society. People make it according to which they are related, as to me, because even the word Christian, Muslim is a recent word. Our faith ancestors like Abraham, Isaac, and up to the recent ones do not have religion. And so this should be known, awareness should be given on this, and I hope we will have discussion on these matters in the future. And Biggie, thank you for your previous presentation on what is to be done about God. Without God, I believe that we reach nowhere, and we are even nothing without God. And so prayer should be added. That is great point. That is great point. And I simply added, what about determination? Actually, everyone knows that determination is needed. And because I observe lack of determination in different areas when people make a discussion on different matters and they are intruded by disturbing people, they try to stop the program because of 2 or 3%. And I think this is lack of determination, and that is also needed. That is what I feel. And I hope we will have a bright future for Africa if things continue like this. And thank you very much. This is all I want to say, Isra. Thank you.
Josie, can you, from some of the shows that you've watched or the live stream, is there one that stand out for you?
What?
Like the previous live streams that we've had before, or even the reactions that His Excellency Mika has been doing. Is there one that stood out for you this year? Or
In
any
which
topic that we discussed?
That is discussed. So I'm not hearing clearly. I don't know the reason.
Oh, I'm saying some of the previous discussions or conversations we've had, the live streams.
Yeah.
Are they? Do you have one or two or even three that that stood out for you, that you enjoyed being part of?
I'm always enjoying, even I usually follow the previous one streams. Even I follow, I do like them. And that is sometimes, I remind you things. And last time, if you remember, I raised a word of Heshima, which means respect. Where did I take it? And there is also Ahadi. I do follow. I do follow even the previous that I haven't watched live, and so I enjoy, and no program so far I watched is went against my grain. Nothing went against my grain, and interesting. That is what I want to say. But if you ask me for comments, if you are asking for comments.
Like what should we add? If there's anything you feel that we need to add, you can also tell us and say, hey, I'm suggesting add 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you know, sometimes voices disturb each other. Make an order for
Your voice fading, Josie.
yeah.
We cannot hear you. Josie, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm hearing.
Okay. No, your mic. You're away from your mic.
Okay.
Right.
What about now?
Yeah, we loud and clear.
Now clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, Ezra, I do follow your programs, and I've already mentioned sometimes I use what I heard from the channel, from the previous channels, and I do mention them sparingly. But as a comment, sometimes, we participants make a mess. We participant, not you, not from the live stream, but the participants. And so you have to make orders, because we become emotional sometimes when someone go against our attitude or something like that. We may become, or we may be curious to add to others' idea. Recently I wanted to add an idea. I wanted Biggie to add determination to his idea, and I simply wrote it instead of disturbing through our live stream. Things should be done like that. Except this, I have nothing to complain, and I enjoy, and I made it a dream. One Africa is my dream. It has become part of my life. Simply, it is part of my life. And so everything. And so when comment is needed, don't worry. I'm transparent. I will tell you what is to be corrected, what is to be said. And if I go wrong, you will tell me. This is what happens in a family. Once we became a family, this is what should be said, how things should go. That is what I feel. Thank you.
Hey, Josie. Unfortunately, when that question raised, and I saw it, and I cannot even go back to the show. I got disconnected, and the other topics carried on on that aspect of it. Just to answer, determination is what we do right now. Are we determined to get this no more movement, and including One Africa? What's your determination? How you feel about it? You have to feel it inside you. You have to really find a guide inside of you, because a lot of us have intuitions. A lot of us have different experiences. And what can you really determine to make this movement go forward? Because I cannot do it by myself. Israel cannot do it by himself. This is a collective, a collaborated. Uh, it's like an orchestra, and the saxophonist, the saxophonist is determined to play a good saxophone, for that concert. The piano, the drum, the rest of the other trumpets, and all that. They have to be in sync in order to produce this harmony or this melody, and we determine where can I be in this movement, where can I help, and that comes through inside, not something just by talking about it, but inside, what can you do about it? And that whenever when we talk about prayers, we have a focus point determined that from now on I will not sin again. You determine not to sin ever again, not to be selfish. All these things comes with your decision. It
Well,
comes from inside.
just genuinely speaking, in my locality, let alone talking of Africa, it's very difficult to talk about Ethiopia. I live in Olega, a place called Dembidolo. And I don't know if you have information about this area. It's very
Yeah, my brother-in-law is from Olega.
Yeah.
Did you hear me,
You know,
Joseph?
yes,
My
yeah.
brother-in-law is from Olega.
Okay. That's good. So, you
The
know, you can
country of
ask.
milk and honey.
Yeah, actually, milk and honey, yeah, everything is good. And there is nothing with the town, with the countryside, or with the town, or with the people. Nothing. No problem is there. The problem is with politicians and pseudo politicians are there in our locality, and so things are difficult. Actually, I talk what I do out of this extreme is your question. Out of this screen, that's on this, when we come live and we discuss, we exchange ideas, and this idea may reach to many Africans. That is how I feel. What we speak here, what we communicate here, is just to reach to many great deal of not only African, to the world. And so out of this stream, I used to discuss issues we raise here with my friends and with staff members, and we accidentally I raised some issues that I share from here. What do you think of this? What do you think of this? I say, and then I've even shared this YouTube channel to many of my friends, just via their social media. I send them the channel via their on my Twitter, and I usually invite them to watch because people may be changed when they are engaged, when they see things, when they share ideas, and being somewhat rational. And so what I think is I want to reach as much friends I have to be part of One Africa movement. Actually, most of them are willing. Most of my friends are willing, and a friend may share to another friend, and that friend may share to another friend. And this way, the idea, the idea overwhelms the whole Africa when we share ideas, plus not only the channel, the ideas too, and that is how things go. And that is why last time I raised things should go in piecemeal. Rome was not built overnight, and this is the reason. And in a piecemeal, things will go all right, and reaching One Africa movement, the mission, the goal to my friends is what I the role I play for the time being. I don't know what future brings to me to share or to contribute to this movement. I don't know, but for the time being, I'm simply making creating awareness to my friends to be part of One Africa movement. That is it, Biggie. I don't know whether I answered your question adequately, but this is all I feel. And the prayer is as it is. The prayer, I'm Christian. The prayer is as it is, and I do this out of this streamer.
You absolutely answered the question on that, and on top of that, just to add, this platform don't be surprised that we're going to create a leader.
Okay.
I'm very open to that, and I'm very sure somebody's going to be in this platform. And everybody that I see in here on commentating and being here day in and day out, I see leadership. They're still learning. They're still putting things together. But coming in and back and forth on this platform, we're creating leadership. We will have our leaders created. Trust me. We'll touch base with everybody talking about it and trying to enhance our program. That'll be so much enhanced across Africa that leaders are going to show up. Mark my word.
Okay. Yeah, that is good. Actually, everyone has his own vision, and because there is, if someone is without vision, is on
Uh,
the way of devastation.
Josie,
And my yes.
we couldn't hear you there. I think you had moved your the microphone away from your mouth. But
Okay.
we're gonna close very soon.
Okay.
Just in closing comments from your side, Josie, 1 minute, and then we go to Yana 10, and then we're gonna close with Biggie, and then I'm just gonna play some videos and stuff, some of the highlights of this year, and yeah, highlights of this year and things that have really happened this year. I think for me, the one of the biggest is the No More movement, and a whole lot, man. Sorry, I enjoyed all of them. There's nothing that I didn't enjoy this year, but those are just highlights that I'll be sharing. Yeah, I'll be sharing the normal protests and some videos of the live streams that we did as well. Some other live streams that we did where we had discussions. So, Josie, in closing, your wish for Africa in 2022 or your prayer for Africa.
Yeah, I pray. My wish is just I pray God stop discriminating each other based on religion and racism and so forth, based on ethnicity. This is what I'm tired on social media as well as in my locality. I trust God will stop these things, and we all should play our role to stop such assignments. Such assignment, we won't do it. This is what I have, and my wish to Africa, and what I want to happen in Africa is unity of the leaders. I want to see when African leaders discuss their domestic issues without any
Josie, you're in and out again.
to solve the problems. Yes.
No, the last word, because you're away from the mic.
Okay.
The last word.
Okay. I want all African leaders to discuss on their domestic issues, just putting aside their differences, because they do have something great in common. That is the blessed Africa. Thank you very much. That is what I want.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josie. Jonathan.
Hey, I'm gonna make mine quick. Hopefully, you can hear me better now.
Yeah, that's much better now. Yeah, your wish for
Okay.
Africa, your prayer for Africa 2020.
Yeah, I wish Africa a more assertive Africa. For the leaders that are coming out of Africa to be a little bit more Pan-Africanist in their thoughts and actions. I pray for peace in Africa because there's a lot of turmoil that it's still kind of lingering as we finish this year. There's a lot to wish for, and we have a lot of work to do still. But I actually sort of, because I've already said my wishes for Africa earlier, I kind of want to just spend a couple of seconds just to thank everybody, especially in the chat, because I tend to listen to you guys all the time, but I'm working, so it's just in the background. And whenever I want to jump in, I'm jumping in and chatting. There's so many people that I've continued to have conversation with. There, Pi, I know he comes on a lot as well, but there's Red Sea. I know Big E, you pick on him all the time.
He's not here.
He's not here. He's not here. And I keep asking, we don't even know if it's a he or she, because, you know.
Exactly.
So, I mean, but there's so many others. Senu, I was having conversation with her the other day. I mean, there's just so many, but the people that are in the chat that never really necessarily come on, they're amazing. So I pray that they keep getting engaged, because there's so many amazing thoughts and ideas that come out in that chat. And most of all, I just want to thank everybody on the platform. I don't think you guys, everybody says thank you, but I can't even imagine how many hours it takes. Ezra, you're a great host. I don't know how you can handle. Sometimes I'll be like, oh, they're going crazy in there, and you keep yourself calm, and you're like the referee in a what do you call it, in the ring, in a boxing ring. Sometimes I'm like, okay, I don't know how he does it. So for all the hours, like, I can't even imagine, because it's probably really late there right now. So thank you guys, because I know this is a lot of work. Biggie, and I've watched the coverage that you did during No More. We wouldn't have seen that because nobody was covering it. So thank you, and thanks the whole team, the professor. I think there's another Ezra, there's Nati, which usually is always on here as well. And of course, Nika. So thank you guys, and I wish you guys all the best. Happy New Year. I will see you guys in Addis. Whoever is going to be in Addis, I'll be there. Towards the 20th or 21st of January. So if you're there, hopefully, I think Mika might still be there, so maybe we can connect. So that's all I have to say, and thank you again.
Thank you very much, it's always a pleasure, and always an interactive on the chats when you're around as well. I always see you there if you're not in. And thank you for your support throughout the years. And yeah, man, let's start 2022 on a high again, and more is still coming. And yeah, we're gonna start obviously this coming month. It's gonna be a bit different, but yeah, stay tuned for what's not really usual, but a lot of things that are coming this coming month. And Biggie, your prayer or your wish for Africa in 2022?
In 2022, first of all, I want to say thank you also to Professor Israel. He covered San Francisco Twitter protest. And you have Chala that started. He was the first one doing the coverage in Atlanta when it came to CNN. Fake news. Okay, I just want to make sure that my brother get equal recognition for their hard work, especially Chala had so much. It was the first.
Biggie, I watched all of them, and I just totally didn't write names down, but yes, thank you to them, and I definitely watched those as well.
Sure. Yeah, I'm pretty.
Oh my God, it was amazing. It was really good.
The first one was Chala, and I mean the struggle that he had. You got to go back.
Oh, it was amazing. That made it fun.
Very much. Run out of battery. Oh my God, that's an experience. And same thing with Professor Israel. There was an experience. I mean, that's foot on the ground. The best way we can cover it. Everybody get the message. They see it. So it was great. It's a great. You see, if this platform, nobody would probably to see clips here and there, but here our hub is seeing this thing happening, and I'm very grateful that people react to it and they see it, and it's a great support, and that support, we're gonna do a lot more coverages like that in coming year. Let's do it for better. What's going on in Ghana, what's going on in Nigeria. Somebody on the ground. I just want to have all 54 states to have one, at least, active member that can say what's going on the ground. That's my hope and wish of next year, that we are on every ground that we need to cover. And you don't have to be journalist or anything else. It's just what you see, what you experience, that knowledge itself that keeps us abreast about what's going on in our continent. Before we didn't have enough information because everything is different direction, and we got the fake media that really numb everybody. Oh, that's what's going on. That's what NBC said. This is what BBC said, and everybody just get numb. So I say no more for that for next year. No more getting numbed. We're just gonna get our ground information. Even if I have to email anybody in Cameroon or anything, just to see how the country is. So we need to expand our connection. This is what I wish for next year. Expand our base. Make sure that we all are in the same topics, in the same advancement, and in synchronous. We need to synchronize again, like you said. Israel had a little battleground going on. In fact, me and Mika was there between two, and eventually one came in and apologized. And when they came, that's the beauty. That's one beautiful thing. We cannot suppress people emotion. Sometimes, there's this passion that you cannot hold, but at the same time, of course, it's advisable to keep your emotion intact and go with the idea, not criticizing the person, but you can criticize the idea. I mean, that's the idea, the opinion, but not the person, because that person, I want him to be back and forth, just to make sure that he brings us new idea, fresh ideas. And this is what I want to see in 2022, that everybody understand each other. I see great respect on the comment, and keep it up. I mean, keep it up. I mean, you guys on the comment, except I miss Red Sea today. He's not there yet. But anyway, that's one of I always speak on Red Sea again. But again, hopefully for me is I want to see him on this panel next year or before next year. I want him to wrap the year.
He must
I
be
want to
here,
wrap.
or she
I
must
want
be here.
him. Yeah, here or
Exactly.
she. I
You
want
don't
him
know if it's a he
to
or
wrap
she.
the year, okay, and to give us a little bit sight of the future. So we'll hear from him. I'm pretty sure. So one thing I just want to say to everybody else, uh, I said it before. There some of the messages that I put in before. Yeah, remember, we're all here to do good. Keep the good stuff. Use your time wisely. Use your time very wisely, because this time that we're spending on here, we want some action. We want some people that are going to be on the ground working on different things, being just loving your neighbor. Okay, use your time wisely. It's very important. Third, when it comes to biblical, for me, is get my Bible. It can be a Quran, it can be anything else. Read through it, understand it. What are you dealing with? Okay, and then do not number four is do not react to it. Just be patient. Just refresh. Now that you know you're here to do good, now that you know that you are using your time wisely, and now you're using your direction with the creator. Now don't decide I'm going to do this. Just relax. Start understanding and put these puzzles together. The next thing is still be patient before you make any decision. The other thing is ask for the Holy Spirit. Ask for everything to come down for you, and you shall get it. And remember, I said we are spiritual beings. So live your eternal life starting today, because this world is not just the end. So you are spiritual. There's more goals. So while you're here, do the best you can to help people, to love people, to care for people. Give all you can get to give for the poor, for the needy, for the thirsty, for the hungry, for the one that is sick, the one that are in prison. Go visit them. Just support them. This is what makes you human. This is what makes you spiritual. So follow everything that you can to help one another, and come with good ideas, concrete ideas. Get your action plan. Tell us what we need to do, and we'll follow. Sometimes, you follow everything that another leader that's coming in to help them to grow. We're going to need to support them. So this is what I want to see in 2022. We all hold hands from east, west, north, south. Imagine this big picture of all African holding hands, and there won't be no border. Your mind has to be cleaned. It has to be borderless. If we create it in our mind, we can create it on the ground. So imagine when you see that African map, it's so big. It includes, you can put United States, Russia, Europe, and India part of it. That's how big our continent is. So imagine that we are bigger, large population, and still a lot of work to do ahead. So love one another, care for one another. I pray, and so the blessing comes to all African brothers and sisters on the continent and on diasporas and everybody else. Amen.
Amen. I'm just gonna play the video for Shala. The first one.
You're doing a good job, brother. You're doing a good job. You're doing an amazing job, man. Guys, by the way, with this all right, guys, what I can say is I love the speech. The guy that just gave a speech a couple minutes ago. Man, the fact that he mentioned Niger and Burkina Faso, that's what we need. That's what we need to represent our African brothers and sisters. If somebody's coming here and say that you're supporting, get out of here, man. Those people who died in Niger, what are you saying about it? And those names that guys I show you, let me show you here again. The names I've shown you guys of people who died. All right, let me show you here again. What about that too? What are you gonna say about that? What are you gonna say about these names right here of people who died and people who injured, you know, in Niger? What are you gonna say about that? We ain't standing here for just one thing. We're standing here for Africa. We're defending Africa. Africa is at stake. So you want people to stop saying no more? That's what you want them to stop? Why everything it has to be about something? It has to be about, it cannot just be a pure intention of seeing some change. That's what I'm standing for.
So this was the first one in DC,
right?
And then just to also acknowledge Prof. Ezra as well in his absence. I know he's still making that bread.
He's making a lot of bread by now. We can contribute to Africa.
he's making a lot of bread. He needs to come and share that bread in the coming year. There's Prof. Ezra here.
There you go.
This was in San Francisco, California. The brain. That's the brain here.
CNN is not going to report this for you. If you are an African voice, you will hear this from CNN. You will hear it from Swahili Nation. Swahili Nation. I'm going to turn the camera to the front, and you're going to see me, okay? Okay? You will now get this report from CNN. CNN is not going to report this. This is not going to be televised on traditional media, on fake media, on BBC, CNN, Al Jazeera. They're not going to report this shit. This is going to be reported by us, by the people. So, this report coming to you from the ground, okay? Swahili Nation is not fake news. CNN is fake news. Swahili Nation is not. CNN doesn't have on-the-ground reporter here for you. Okay, Africa, this is a report coming from the ground. Okay. Africa, we're reporting to you live from the ground. This is not a joke. We're not joking. This is not CNN. BBC doesn't have on-the-ground reporter. They are chicken. They are chickenless. They are chickens to come here and report it. Sorry for my bad language.
That was Prof. Ezra the Brain. That was in San Francisco, California, in the U.S. And I'll also just gonna play the other one as well, where Biggie was hosting for us as well. And let's see here. That's the one that Biggie was holding it down for us that time. I'm just gonna do this. Just gonna quickly share as well. And this is just the highlights of this year. People have worked hard, tirelessly, out of their own pockets, out of their own time. And thank you very much for standing up for Africa, for standing up for Ethiopia, for standing up for Sudan, for all the countries, Burkina Faso, all those countries. And let's continue holding hands as Africans to support one another and helping one another to achieve our common goal and to have peace and everlasting development in Africa. So I'm just gonna also play this one.
This is Swahili Nation, straight from Washington, D.C., in front of the White House.
Sorry, I was out. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You need to mute one. I think the same mic you're interviewing people, the same mic you can use view as well.
Let's set the audio.
The voice, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. The same mic you're using for interview, the same mic you use for yourself. What's happening? Hello?
Technical difficulties.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Biggie, I can hear you.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's like the two.
What I was saying, the same mic you're using to interview people, the same mic you should use it. That one is better. It doesn't have feedback.
Yeah, but this one, you see, that's the only way that I can check whether I hear you or not. Okay? I'm listening to you on my Bluetooth, and I'm going to interview on the other side. Okay, I'm going to mute it.
All right, all right.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yes, this is clear. I can hear you.
All right. There's another meeting here. Okay.
የሚታየው አሁን ብዛት ነበር እስካሁን የነበረው። አሁን ግን እያንዳንዱ ሰው ካምፔን መጥፋት ይችላል። በተለይ በግሩፕ በከተማ የምታደርጉ። ስለዚህ አሁን ይሄን ካርድ ወደ ታደረገ ተፈላናችሁ በማማር ምን ያህል እንዳዋጣን ያህል ዛሬ ነው እንዳዋጣን የሚያስቸግራችሁ ሰዎች ካላችሁ እርዳታ የምትፈልጉ ሰዎች ካላችሁ እኛም ያለን ሌሎቻችሁም ጠይቁ።
በጣም አመሰግናለሁ። ኦኬ፣ እናመሰግናለን። አሁን መቀጥቀጡን እንቀጥላለን። እነዚህም እነ ቢቢሲ አሁን ውሸት እየወሱ ነው። ምንም ወፈቱ ይሰማለን። ምንም ፌክ ኒውስ CNN is a fake news. BBC is fake news. እኔ ቢቢሲ ስል እናንተ BBC, BBC, CNN, CNN, BBC, BBC, CNN, 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 you are reporting fake news on Ethiopia and Eritrea. CNN, you are reporting fake news on Ethiopia and Eritrea. CNN.
That was another rally that was hosted by Biggie there in DC. And another one that I would love to share was the conversation with Mr. Obang. Mr. Obang. There was also another conversation, one of the highlights, and he had a lot of views. When I look at the views, it's one of the that had a lot of views.
My question: how can I play a role that this doesn't happen again? Living side by side is not a choice. But how can we live side by side in a better way? We have to accept the giving things. We kill each other with Eritreans. We say, oh, let them secede. We don't need them and let them be. Today, Eritreans are coming to Ethiopia and they are more Ethiopian than Ethiopian who live here. What did these people die for? Did somebody has to die? No. Someone has lost his mother, his father, his brothers, and someone that is loved because of the stupid thinking of an Ethiopian that who was a leader who were in charge at that time. It's not you. What made me not live side by side my fellow brothers, Tigrayan sisters? The one who killed my uncle was a TPLF, not a Tigrayan. What made me stop working, living together side by side with my fellow Tigrayan brother and sister? That's why I have to say earlier, I say no more to myself. I have to have clean mind, pure heart, and humble and say that, okay, I will be better than those guys. And by that, it will make us live side by side. Living by side is not a choice. We don't have any other choice. The question is, how can we make it? How can we create it? And that's why talking to each other, not about each other, is the way. In our country, we have a Tigray sitting down talking about the rest of the Ethiopian. We have the Amara, Oromo sitting down talking about the Amara. We have Amara sitting down about the other. We have to talk to each other, not about each other. If you talk about me when I'm not there, you will say, Ubang is a thief, Ubang is a liar, Ubang is this, Ubang is a killer. But if I'm there, I will say, no, I'm not what you said. Because talking to each other is totally different than talking about each other. We've been talking about each other for so long. As a result, we are going in vicious cycles. We cannot bring back Ethiopian that we have killed. We cannot bring back the pain that we have inflicted. We have to be really humble. We have to have leaders who can come out and say that I'm so sorry for what has been done. We don't need someone to come and say, I'm sorry for what was done to the Oromo in the name of the Oromo, or I say sorry for what was done to the name of the Amara. Just all you need is a leader of the country. I am so sorry for all the ugly thing was done by the Ethiopian people. I am elected as an Ethiopian leader. By default, that whole the ugly thing was done. It was, I'm so sorry for that. We need to have those kind of leaders.
So that was just one of the conversation Mika had with Mr. Obang. and really one of the code that Mika had took was no one is free until we are all free. Humanity before ethnicity. And what else? I'm just gonna play just different clips. Also, some people across the world and different other countries also saying no more, no more, no more. Let me see here. I think this one was bikers in South Africa. One bikers club.
Hashtag no more. I'm from South Africa. Hashtag no more. Hashtag one Africa.
Hashtag no more. Hashtag one Africa. I'm from South Africa.
Hashtag no more. Hashtag one Africa. I'm from South Africa. I'm Kaiser.
Hashtag no more. I'm from South Africa.
Hashtag no more. Hashtag one Africa. I'm from South Africa.
Hashtag no more. Hashtag one Africa. I'm from South Africa. Hashtag no more. Hashtag one Africa. I'm from South Africa. Hashtag no more. I'm South Africa.
Hashtag no more. I am from Africa.
Hashtag no more. Hashtag one Africa.
Hashtag no more. I'm from South Africa.
So this were like some of the movement and people from different countries also joining the normal movement and showing solidarity. So this was just a highlight for me, and there's a lot. I can't play all of them, but just from Swahili Nation, from One Africa movement. We would love to really thank you for your continuous support, for always being there for us, and for being our family, for being with us in prayers, for being with us physically here, online, and for taking your time away from your families, from your jobs. I mean, I know Jonathan is also working, but joining us, and a lot of people, even our brother Rich, I know is always working and taking his time off from work just to contribute. Even Biggie as well, taking his time to just be here and share and co-host with me, and everybody who's out there and who has joined and who has subscribed. And if you've not subscribed, please subscribe. This is not the time not to be a subscriber. In the year 2022, we need subscribers. We need people that are subscribers and who are really, really, really serious about this movement and who want to contribute to this movement. So, and we are planning to get to 200,000. We are currently on 194,000 subscribers. So our goal is 200,000, and this is just if we can make it Mika's birthday wish, fulfill Mika's birthday wish, and reach 200,000 subscribers, and join the membership, join the membership, join the Patreon, join the YouTube membership, and then yes, and contribute and build this brand, build this media platform so that it can reach as many people. And if you're looking for this on YouTube, it's Swahili Nation, and you look at the subscribers, we are about to reach 200,000 subscribers. So help us to reach that, and support us in the year 2022. More content, better than this year, and as this was just the foundation. Our prayer for 2022 is now have solid projects. There will be lots and lots of projects that will be coming in the new year. I'm just looking at some of the things that I was writing here. So come
Ezra, I'm about to go, but there's a couple things that I just want to note. Anybody that's watching in here and you didn't subscribe, just subscribe. I mean, this is a movement. Be part of it. When we have messages, we want to make sure that everybody receive the messages. When we need you, it's not just a subscriber, but this is something that inside of you, what we need to do for Mama Africa. This is our mission. This is our condition. So subscribing should be the last thing we worry about as an African, and as well the diaspora and everybody else. This is the least you can do. At least we're gonna get you better information, and as well show you that we got people that are working on this. Well, it's like 4 or 5 hours a day. So I want to just say to anybody that didn't subscribe or didn't see the button, I'll help you to find the button to subscribe and to have your notification. And this is something. This is about Africa. This is not just being a subscriber. So those that participated and probably you just miss it by not subscribing or not just being registered, just being known that we have this platform to talk about the new Africa and how we're going to run our Africa, and make sure that you subscribe. Don't miss the point. And whenever you watch it on the YouTube, please click on the like. The more you like, the more we get, more the rating, the more that we can bring in different programs, and we read your comment section and how we can bring the topics that are really of a breaking news or anything. So subscribe, like, and I really love you all, and I really want you to have a wonderful, wonderful evening or good morning or good afternoon. Ezra, I take it to you, but unfortunately,
Happy New Year, Biggie, and your family.
Of course. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So anyway, I'll catch you on tomorrow anyway. So again, subscribe, click the like button. You just one click there, one click there, and you should be okay. So tell to your family, your friends, tell the nation, wherever you live, just explain who we are, what we stand for. This is a homework for all African. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Biggie, and from the rest of the team, just an appreciation for the support over the year, and in the coming year 2022, come with fresh ideas, come with come and participate. More participation is needed in the coming year. No more sitting on the sidelines. This normal movement is not just for political things, but even no more to those who will be sitting and not saying a word or contributing. We need to all play our part and come and assist. I mean, there's so much knowledge that we need from you guys, different content, different topics. Come and say, I want to share. There's been a lot of people that have come and shared about their countries. We saw Pi sharing about Libya. We saw Mr. Obang also sharing about Ethiopia. We've had my Uncle Kuru sharing and teaching about coffee, the history of coffee, and also always being here with us. I saw him earlier. Uncle Kuru, I miss you, man, and I love you. And if you've got any topic and you want to come and be part of this platform and share, maybe you're an expert or you work with whatever you want to come and share, come and teach us. We are willing to learn. And as I told you before, that there was a slogan when Nelson Mandela was in prison in Robben Island. The slogan was, each one teach one. Meaning, if you know how to write, teach those who don't know how to write. If you know how to read, teach those who don't know how to read. So each one teach one. In the coming year, let's all learn, let's all teach one another. That's the only way we can have a true knowledge sharing amongst us, and we can move forward and as a strong people than weak people. So in the coming year, my prayer is Africa to be stronger than it is this year and grow. So yeah, that's just my prayer, one of my prayers, and I will be praying for our continent. And we will have another discussion in the coming year. Other people want to talk about religion, we'll talk about that as well. But for now, some of us will pray, and we will work. We don't just pray, we also take action, as we know that faith without works is dead. So faith with action. So we pray, we work, we pray, we work. We don't just do things and thinking manna will just fall. We need to work for it. So anyway, family, thank you for being with us tonight. I've really stretched the stream, and it has gone really over 4 hours. I didn't even check the time, but Happy New Year to those who might be. I don't think any country is on the New Year yet. I think most of countries like Australia, New Zealand, it's morning. It's still morning. So yeah, but Happy New Year. If I don't see you tonight, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to those who are on the Gregorian calendar. But for the people of Ethiopia, soon, we will be having another celebration, and we will do it live. Once the Christmas, everything, we will do it live on the Swahili Nation. And yeah, feel free, join us in the coming year. Go and refresh, go get some strength. And in the coming year, we need more content, and we need more participation. So come refresh, come with content, come with presentations. There's people who want to teach about talking about bitcoins and all that stuff. Come, let's see next year. Let's talk about everything. Health. There's many people who want to come in here, teach about health, different things on health. That is still coming, because of time, because of people having a hectic times and different time zones. That's just a bit of issue, but we will get things sorted. And yeah, family. So from us as Swahili Nation, we love you. Take good care of yourself. Go refresh, go reset, set new goals, and come back with strength in the coming year. And God bless you, and God be with you. That's just my prayer for tonight. And God bless Africa. God bless each and every country. God bless each and every person who lives on this beautiful continent. God bless each and every person who's living in the diaspora, any country they are living. God bless their business. God bless their houses. God bless their families. God bless their kids. God bless their academics. God bless everything they touch, in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. That's my prayer for Africa in the coming year, and my prayer for everyone who supports us. So until we meet again, stay blessed, stay safe,